Hello, happy time zone, everybody. Luke, you should know that YouTube does the same thing to me. Nothing I do seems to manage to lock in the fact that I want it to be live chat in all of the places. It's always going back to top chat, and I've spelunked through all the settings I possibly can, and there's just no way to change it. Happy time zone, Nereus. Happy time zone, Amy Liz, and Jackie Madan, and Stephanie Hall, and hi to Lee, and Tasha, and Eldritch, and Breeze, and Jamie Bond will try and get that vote going for you really, really quickly so that you can see it as well. That's everybody who's on my screen. So if you said hello before that, hello to all of you as well, and happy birthday to any of you as well. So let's roll straight into it. We have a couple of Pokemon that we made last week. First of all, we finished off our Machop line. So that's Machop and that's Machamp and Little Bro. And we finished off Machoke, who sits in the middle. Somehow he is both the right size. I think he's the right size for Machop, but I think he's too small for Machamp, which is very strange. But in any case, we got him finished off. They're a little family of Peoplemon that we never have to make again, and that's really good. I'm very happy about that. You wish you understood how it shows what shows up for top chat. Yeah, I get told sometimes that my chat on the screen is set to top chat. I'm just like, it's not. I don't know. Yeah, so that's that one there. And the other one we got out of the way was also a Peoplemon, and it was Hitmonchan. So they are Macroak and Hitmongroot. So 2 Peoplemon out of the way. We don't have to think about it again. So, that brings us up to 107 Gen 1 Pokemon made, which is so many Pokemon. And that got me to thinking. It's that, I've set up all of the games up to this point. And so I thought it could be fun to hand the Chaos Reins over to Mr. Bones for this week. So, here are Mr. Bones' picks. Oh, we are still... Let's just deselect that. There we go. So here are Mr. Bones' picks. Now, whether he has followed the rules or not, I gave him pretty much free reign. I am aware of who is behind the doors. Yeah, and I think that's all. I'm going to say. We're just going to have to fumble through this one together. I'm still not sure if he chose the Pokemon he chose deliberately as a challenge or just because he liked the look of them. I don't know if he realizes how much of a difficult day he set me up for here, but we'll get through it together, right? So let me just start a poll. Let me just remember how to start a poll. Where are you? Where's my chat? There's my chat. Hi, chat. Start a poll. All right. You can pick 1, 2, 3, or 4. And not everything may be what they seem. That's all I have to say. For anybody new here, this is not representational of our usual game. Normally the colours of the doors represent the Pokemon behind them. A little bit more literally. Mr. Bones graced us with the BCB option. Which one's the BCB option? Because I'm seeing, yellow, blue, and green. To me, those don't really fall within the purview of BCB. So each door has a main colour and a secondary colour, like a primary colour and a secondary colour. Both colour are related to the Pokemon. I think it'll all start making sense once we start erasing doors. Oh, okay, so the Boring Colour Brigade has called their shot for number 3. 4 gives major Kyogre vibes, even though you know it isn't. Yeah. Okay, it's definitely Gen 1. I will say that. It's definitely Gen 1. Ooh, okay, we've got a couple warring. It's been a while since we've had something go this closely. Oh my goodness. Guys, if you haven't voted, I suggest that you vote, because these are very, very close. And, yeah. Oh, Mr. Bones would like you to know that the theme for today is catfish. So yeah, that's another little bit. You're most drawn to number 4 with the bright red streak, but yellow is your favourite colour, so you gotta. Yeah, yellow doesn't seem to come up very often. And related to the Pokemon, not on the Pokemon, maybe. You guessed one without knowing the theme. Well, sometimes you just have to kind of go with your gut. Two, calling it now 3 is Zapdos. The Pokemon are catfishing us. Oh wait, there's a theme. That's not just Mr. Bones. Oh man, that's a lot to think about today. Yeah, he put a lot of thought into this, guys. Like, he planned this very carefully. I'm happy you made it too, Pam. You think the real colour is the line? So what's behind isn't what seems logical? Are they behind someone else's doors? Maybe that's what it is. Honestly, like, we'll erase one and all of the mystery will be gone. So enjoy this feeling of wonder at the moment. Okay, so I think we should probably close that off. I think we've gotten the votes we're going to get, and we have a winner. Let's end that poll and just allow it to all finalize. That was a very close vote, though. I like this. Chaos seems to, like... I like it when you guys can't just, like, tell what they all are and pick the one you want. It's just like, I like it when there's a little bit more chaos. So, in 4th position, we had 1 on 20% of the vote. In 3rd position, we had 4 with 21% of the vote. In 2nd position, we had 3 with 26% of the vote. And the first one we are making today is door number 2 with 30% of the vote. See, everyone, it was pretty evenly split. Most, like, they got around a quarter of the votes each. So, y'all picked door number 2. Let's see if you can work out why this Pokemon is behind door number 2. This is not the one I thought you guys would pick. But you have managed to select Kingler. Leave your guesses in the chat as to what was going on there, and I will confirm them if I see a correct one. So yeah, we're going to start by making a crab. And you know what's really... Oh my goodness, we've swapped back to Top Chat. What did I just say? What's fun here is that we actually haven't made Krabby or Kingler yet. So this is a new Pokemon line for us. Oh, look at his teeth. Okay, let's get set up for that. All right. Fellows, you're going to have to move this Chad meeting over here. Thank you. Oh, I can put you straight in the bag. There we are. Straight in the pokey bag. Well, we are living that overexposed life today. Which light is doing that? Is it that one? I think it's that one. But if I turn that off, I think it might be too dark for everything else. Yeah, that one's doing a lot of work for the paper. Alright, we're just living that overexposed life today. It's fine. We're doing a king crab. Crab people. Let's find a little sprite. Krabby and Kingler are very similar to one another. There we go. We've got our little buddy. You think it might be type weakness? Okay. Why was it green? Talk about catfishing, Mr. Bones. Because Kingler can use grass knot in later games. Oh, it's the shiny colours, and I think the line was the colour of its mouth. Y'all, you're circling around the right ideas. Let's just put it that way. There we go. So he's just like this little hockey puck of a thing with a little bit of an underbite, or a lot of an underbite. He's got one big tooth on either side, and like a couple of littlies. He's got happy to see you eyes. Like, nothing says welcome, friend, quite like that underlid. And then he has, is that 6 spikies along the top of his head? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He kind of has these like little discs underneath. And then he has, what, 2 legs and a claw on either side, is what I'm seeing. Bragging rights list, confused paladin and shiny Pokemon crochet. I love all the guesses. I think Mr. Bones is curating the correct ones at this point, so I'll peel off and do my sketching. Okay, so on this side we have a claw. Not a very big one. Where does that attach? It's kind of like here behind the tooth. And on this side we have a big claw, which is kind of lumpy. I'm not sure how I'm going to achieve that lumpiness on purpose. But I might luck out and do it accidentally. That's been known to happen. Knuckle joint. Okay, and then he's just got his leggies. Tap a plushie mama. Tap a plushie mama. Sorry, I was laughing and like muffed the last syllable a little bit. So you did a blind vote. Well, I hope you were happy enough with the outcome. It's been a little while since we've made a sea creature. I'm not sure safety eyes are a good idea today. That's... He's a little bit of a crazy crab. Here. So yep, all options selected by Mr. Bones. He picked them from a list of the ones that were remaining. So we should all be in for a lot of fun today. I don't know how I'm making these claws yet though. How big does this crab end up? It's the real question we should be asking. I'm gonna go looking for butt pics in the Discord in a second. Because I just need to have a little bit better of an idea of how everything like attaches together from the sides, and even the underneath would be helpful. He kind of has this like crest on his head as well. I don't know how well the shaping's going to go for something like that. His eyes kind of pop off his head as well, which is really annoying. Okay, there's our crab people. Oh, let's see, part of his arm. Crab. He looks like he just made an incredibly good pun. I agree, Rebecca. Oh, you want to call him Sebastian? That's interesting, Ditto. Apparently, if you've clicked through from the link in Discord, the chat might not load for you. That's very strange, but you could try hitting refresh or try coming back in through YouTube itself, and apparently that straightens it out. So that's a little bit of a heads up for anyone struggling with that. Let me see some... There we are. Thank you, Loot. Thank you, X1C12. And thank you, Mr. Bones, of course. Oh, okay, so those rounded bits are kind of like very prominent features on his underbelly from what I'm seeing there. So from underneath, he's like... That just sort of escalates them into pieces we definitely need to make. And it looks like the legs anchor like here and here. So that also makes sense. Must be where he keeps his mechanisms. Alrighty. Now his legs have a fair amount of like knobble and detail to them. They've kind of got a lot of segments. I don't know if we're going to go to that level of detail. It's going to depend on what size we end up being. But I will draw them with their segments for now. Sorry, it's just like he has such a fun expression on his face. Yeah, I think that's kind of all we really need to know. It looks like the rest of his shell is smooth behind this crest, like from above. This is all happening right at the front. Right? And then it's just like a smooth shell at the back. So I think the important things to note here are that the underside of the shell layers up over the top of the shell. So if we're going to try and build that all in one piece, we need to start at the top and work down. Because then we can layer it up. If we're going to work it as two separate pieces, it doesn't really matter if we which way we start, but I'd probably start in the middle of the top of the shell anyway. The claws could be made in multiple different pieces. I'm not sure how I want to do that yet. If Kingler is called peanut butter, Krabby has to be jelly. Why would we be calling the crab peanut butter? Like, don't get me wrong, great name, love it. Oh no, not Citizen Snips. Hi Jinx. King Krabby of the Crusty Crustaceans. Segments are useful for keeping track of joints. That is true. Yeah, alright. So, I don't know what's going to dictate the size this fellow comes out, but we'll see. I'm thinking we'll use the same orange that I used for Hitmonchan's gloves, which I get looks a little bit red on this camera. I'm sorry. It is, like, the face cam, that is an accurate depiction of this color. It's a little on the red side, don't get me wrong, but I think it's right for this crab. The other option would be I could dig out the orange-brown that I use on the Pidgey line. But to me, that's too yellow. Oranges and yellows are the bane of my existence, and I cannot wait to be done with them. Okay, and then I've just got cream for his underbelly, which I think is accurate. And then I need black, which I have in here somewhere because I just threw it in there this morning. Didn't I? Maybe I didn't. Where on earth would I have put it? I mean, we can get started without it, but like, that's annoying. Maybe I left it out on my other desk. Okay, in any case, I still have my hook here though. So, he is meant to be the evolved form, right? So I need to leave room to make Krabby really tiny. Well, I need to leave room to be able to make Krabby at all, I suppose. So like Kingler has to be at least a certain size. King Crab of the Crusty Crustacean. Current name list, Citizen Snips and Peanut Butter. I think I picked the right colours, thank you very much. So I think I might just start by creating the, like, just the main dome at the top of the head. I don't think it really has much shaping. But I will say that it does look like it's shaped like... No, it doesn't have much shaping, but the shaping is... No. Its overall shape is like this, but it's just like a dome. It doesn't have a lot of angles or corners to it, except for that one little, like... I don't know, are you triangle or is that a crown that you're wearing? Sorry guys, I'm trying to wrap my head around the shapes that I'm looking at. Because he might... Maybe a slight pyramid shape to him will help. Okay, I can work with that. So he has to start out as a slight pyramid shape and end up as like a flat line with a curve behind it. I can work with that. All right, so Kingler. We're going to start in our orange. We're going to do a magic ring 6. And then we are still going to do 6 increases up to 12. And from there, we'll probably do 3 increases per round. So that will be 3 single crochet and an increase, done 3 times to bring us up to 15. And we're going to reinforce that triangle shape for a little bit. So then from there, we'll go 3, 4 single crochet and an increase. I can count from 3 to 4. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Which will get us up to 18. Which is about, what, about this big? He's going to need to go a little bigger just to leave some room for Krabby underneath. So from there we need to start encouraging like growth around one side but flat at the front. So say we're 18, let's say we leave 6 stitches free. We'll do 3 on either side of our starting point. Nope, that's going to depend on where those points are. So let's work up our theory first, and then we'll be able to tell from where the corners are sitting how to position the rest of it. We haven't done Krabby yet, that's correct. In fact, Krabby and Kingler were one of the few lines that we haven't done any of. There was Krabby and Kingler, and I think Kabuto and Kabutops, and Rhyhorn and Rhydon. Might be the only 3 lines where we haven't made at least one Pokemon in them, not counting things like Onyx, you know, like the standalones. 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool, there we go. Alright, suggestion for people, just because I think it could be fun. If you like a name, like if you're pitching a name, like I'm not picking on your Rowan Rose Gaming, it's just I spotted Eugene on there. I'm dying to know why Eugene. So, like, sell people on the story. Like, why are we naming him Eugene? Because sometimes that helps. It helps just to, like, understand if it's a reference or something, or if you just think it's fun, if you just think it's a silly name for a silly little guy, that's a perfectly legitimate reason. It's just like, sometimes it helps, because like otherwise I just feel like I'm missing out on a reference. Oh, sorry, and the Abra line. You are all correct. It's just I've pitched Abra to you guys so often, I've forgotten we haven't made him yet. Oh, it's Mr. Krabs' first name. Thank you very much. See, I was not a SpongeBob kid. I don't think I've ever seen a single episode of it. Like, I get all of the really, like, pop culture references around it, because they're pop culture, but, yeah, no, SpongeBob kind of missed me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay, now we start building our triangle. 2, 3. Claude, because he's Claude. Well, isn't it that technically said Cloud? Claude is very funny to me. So, what's Krabby's name? Or I suppose that's not really your job to think of, because we're naming Kingler at the moment. It's just, yeah, he is Claude, you're correct. I should watch at least one episode to say I did, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't allowed to watch a lot of TV growing up, so like I have like big gaps where that stuff should be. I managed to catch up on a lot of stuff, like the old Cat Dog, Angry Beavers, that sort of thing. Simpsons, caught up on all that, like. But some things just like, some things I think need a little bit of that nostalgia power to fuel them. It's like, and nobody come for me here, but like, Labyrinth, I adore it, right? I am one of those crazed fans that owns all of the art concept books and stuff and follow Brian Froud. So like I am a huge fan of Labyrinth and everything around it, Dark Crystal and Jim Henson. But I honestly believe that you have to have watched Labyrinth before you hit a certain age in order for it to have the kind of power and grip on you that it has over those of us who did see it at, like, you know, I don't know, I think like between 10 and 14 might be the golden spot there where you have to have seen it by then, because if you come to it as an adult, I just don't think it hits the same way. Crabs are friends, not food. The crabs are bugs. Crabs are just bugs. That's okay. We like bugs here. As long as I pick something from the first 4 seasons, SpongeBob is pretty good. 1 episode is probably enough to get the vibe. Yeah, maybe. You reckon it's better as an adult? Okay. Shrimp is bugs. Okay, shrimp is bugs. I believe that's a reference as well. Your mum made you watch Labyrinth whenever one of you said it's not fair. Yeah, well, I mean, is that really a punishment? Yes, everything will become crab. What is it, carcinization? Something like that? I always get confused between that and like the word for like cancerous materials.
The tendency to crab.
Yeah, the tendency to crab. Okay, well my triangle is coming out very nicely. So much so that I'm going to continue along this vein. I thought I was going to try and like dome it out, but I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to like keep on triangling. So that'll get us to 21. And then up to 24, and then we'll stop and reassess again. But we are going to use a bobby pin because we are practicing safe crafting. Later seasons of SpongeBob make you uncomfortable? You do enjoy the early episodes that you also saw as a kid. Yeah, well, I guess that's kind of like, I feel like The Simpsons is one of those shows where like, it's what, season 30 or something now? Something ridiculous. But yeah, sorry. It's one of those shows where it definitely has good seasons and bad seasons. Like I don't think I'm alone in thinking the golden age of The Simpsons was like between seasons maybe 6 and season 10. Season 8 I think was always one of my favorites. Hello.
Hello. Picture of the shiny version. For anyone who still didn't get it, but also I was thinking with a picture of him instead of a sprite, the colours should be messed up in the same way, so they should look closer on the screen.
Maybe.
So there you go.
Okay.
So like if you put that on the screen, the orange should be closer to.
No, it is. It's definitely redder. Don't get me wrong. It's washed out. So yeah, Mr. Bones would just like to confirm that the colour of the door was the shiny colour for Kingler. And the little zigzag across was just me making fun of his teeth. That's all. I just gave it a little flair. So, yeah. He just wanted you all to see that Kingler is green when they're shiny. I'll try. Oh, this is going to cover everything. Hold on. There we go. I have to be able to see my notepad. Okay, where was I up to in this row? There we are. 1, 2. Yeah, see, I don't mind a weird green shiny. I think one of my favourite shinies, though, has to be one who was originally green and yellow, and it's not a Gen 1 Pokemon, but becomes like a bright pinkish fuchsia purpley colour. I'm a big fan of like shiny Politoed. I love shiny Crobat. I like regular Crobat too, but I like shiny Crobat. Shiny Altaria is normally like that. That's the blue bird with the white puffy wings. In shiny form, it becomes bright yellow, which is really cool. Let's see, some of my other favorite shinies. One of the biggest shiny hunts I ever went on was for the frog starter. Anyone remember Froakie? He evolves into Greninja. That's sorry, I had to follow my path to jog my memory there. He's like normally like a dark blue with white spots and a pink tongue, but his shiny form is all black with white spots and a bright red tongue, and he looks really cool. And so that's the biggest shiny hunt I ever went on, but I got him, and I named him Kuroi Kero, which, to my muted understanding, and I might be wrong here, I believe means the black ribbit, which really entertained me. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I had to go on an egg hunt for him, in that like I got a lot of Froakie eggs from the daycare center, and then just ran around hatching them for hundreds of hours. I don't know how long it took. I just know that when the shiny did finally hatch, I didn't notice straight away. I got distracted on my phone, and then when I looked back at my screen, the last one that had hatched had been shiny. So I kind of cheated myself of a moment there, but in the grand scheme of shiny hunting, not a bad outcome. Shiny Drowsy is great. Not part of the Purple Menace, but the shiny is good. Oh, is Shiny Drowsy purple? Or is he green? For some reason I feel like he should be green. Your favourite shiny is Absol. Yes, he barely changes, but Blood Red Claws is just awesome. I like shiny Skarmory as well. They changed the kind of metal that it is from silver to gold, and I think that's just... I like things that like have some sort of basis in reality, if that makes sense. It's like, to me it's... Nidoking and Nidoqueen are great examples, right? So shiny Nidoking, wait, one of them inherits the other one's colors, and the other one just turns green. I like the one that inherits the other one's colors. That makes so much sense to me that it would. The other one turning green is just bizarre. Yeah, Steelix does, and I think they do the same thing with Scyther. Scyther, like I think that they've thought that one through as well really nicely. Alright, your head is getting maybe a wee bit tall, sir. But maybe that's as big as we need to go. Maybe I'll just go around once. Maybe 24 around. We're going to get away with it. Let's see how many we can get done today. You like Durant for similar reasons? It turns like a copper colour. Yeah. Oh, Drowsy's a purpley pink. That's so cute. Why do I feel like I've seen that one? Do I have that one? It's been a long time since I've seen my shinies because they're on that like Pokemon home drive, and I don't like to look at them directly because I think they're stuck on there unless I pay, but I've paid for a month of it twice now, trying to move them somewhere where they can live and be free. Like trying to move them into the free box, but both times somehow as soon as the thing falls off, the ones that I love the most end up back in places I can't access them without the paid plan, and I'm just like, okay, so I'm not paying for another month of that. I'll just bide my time and hope for the best. Oh, good night, Marvelous Movalicious. Thank you for hanging out. We'll look forward to seeing what's behind the other doors. Guessing Cloyster for door 1. Shout out to the misinfo crowd that said Shiny Tinkerton's hammer was made of shiny Corviknight. Now it's a copper hammer with a silver crow. See, again, they could have thought that one through a little bit better. I'm excited about something. I'm excited about a Pokemon announcement that happened recently. Some of you may be aware of it. It is that Lego are teaming up with Pokemon and they're going to be doing some Pokemon sets. I think they announced it for next year. Guys, you're gonna have to let me build some of those on stream. I don't even know what the sets look like yet. I just know I want them. Can you imagine? Okay, imagine for a second a create a 3-in-1 set for like Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur. It's all one set, but like you can use the same bricks to make all 3. Like that's so cool. That's so cool. We're gonna be doing some of that, I think. Okay, what's wrong with how I say Sizer? It's like Scythe. No. Scyther evolves into Sizer. Yeah, Lego building stream. Because like if I build them on stream and then have them in the background of streams, there is an argument here for that to be a business expense. That's all I'm saying. You could really help me out here, guys. Okay, you want it to be called Scissor. No, that seems silly to me. That's a downgrade of the worst type. Like, why would you downgrade yourself from scythes to scissors?
I believe it's pronounced like the word incisor.
Yeah, sizer.
Get rid of the in. So
Yeah.
it's sizer.
Sizer, that's what I was saying.
No, you are correct and everyone else is wrong. I will delete everyone from the chat who says it incorrectly.
Mr. Bones out here starting fires. Oh, that's going to have unintended side effects. Let's do that. That'll be better. Does this mean Mega Block's losing Pokemon? I think that I don't know is the short answer, but the rhetoric out there at the moment is that Lego managed to either outbid them or like Lego and Mega Bloks probably wouldn't simultaneously have a contract, right? This is all supposition, so I'm assuming Mega Bloks will lose the rights. So if you like the Mega Block sets and you don't have them yet, now might be your warning. Scyther got a new evolution in the most recent generation. What did he turn into now? The Pokemon anime says Scissor. That's alright, it's allowed to be wrong. Yeah, no, sorry. I am not a source of truth regarding Mega Bloks. I'm just excited about the Lego announcement. I've seen the Mega Block sets though, and I think they're cool. I'm just like, I don't drink the Lego Kool-Aid or anything. It's just whenever I've tried any other brand of block building, they just don't have the same kind of quality. I've had them missing pieces. They don't snap together as nicely. It's like I've just always had a better experience with the admittedly way more expensive product. So I guess I kind of fall into the camp of like, you get what you paid for a little bit with it. Which means that I don't own as many sets as I otherwise would, because it means I have to pick and be a little bit more choosy as to what I would like. So that's not necessarily a bad thing though. That's a pretty good thing. Sorry, my the end point of my row is in a weird spot, so I'm having to like build my decreases strangely around it. Because like while I want to use single crochet 3 togethers, I cannot, because the single crochet 3 together should fall over the edge of the row. So instead I'm putting a decrease on either side of it and just sort of fudging the numbers a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5. Cool. Now I can single crochet 3 together for the other 2. Where's your finishing off point? That's a decrease, so that'll be a decrease. And it's only 4 stitches. You're not arguing that scissor doesn't make more sense, it just doesn't sound as cool. Lego bricks are 100% superior, but Mega Bloks does some really creative stuff with their piece shapes, pros and cons. Yeah, as I said, I really appreciate the shapes of their, like, I like the look of the Mega Bloks kits. It's just, I have trust issues, and so, like, I would, rather than pay and take the risk on a Mega Bloks kit, I'd rather just save that and roll it into the next Lego that catches my eye. Because, like, who knows when they'll come out with another pigeon. Like, that was just an instant buy for me. Did not have the Lego budget for it at the time. But at least those creator kits tend to be fairly cheap. And I'll be saving all of my pennies because, like, goodness knows that any of the Lego that has a brand name attached to it, it becomes, like, 3 times the price of regular Lego. Scyther got an alternate evolution in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Cleaver. Oh, Cleaver's a good name. That's cool. I didn't know that. I haven't played Arceus. When I picked one of the like current gen games, I picked Scarlet, and I played a bunch of that last year. I should go back to that because like I want to get to the point where I have like the National Dex equivalent, so I can start shiny hunting in that game. Because I keep getting inspired by PM7. Because I like a bit of shiny hunting. I just don't have the hours to put into it, and so like maybe it's a good idea that I've put it down and backed away from it. I've got plenty of other stuff to be doing. Alright, what am I down to here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 2. So I'm down to 18 at this junction, so I should just be able to go... Oh wait, am I still being aggressive? I think I'm still being aggressive. It happens sometimes. Let's keep being aggressive. I don't really want that to migrate across though, so we'll have to do the same thing again. Decrease, then 2 repeats of something. Like it has to be something. I think it's 3 single crochet and a single crochet 3 together. And then it might be 2 single crochet and a decrease. Does that add up to everybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 2 is 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That does add up. Go team. Hydrate and back up your work. That's a good point, everybody. Hydrate or dihydrate. He's a cute little crab nugget right now. His underjaw is going to add quite a lot of size to his base piece. Anybody worried that I've gone too small? I'm not afraid of that just yet. I just know that so far I've managed not to go too big. We'll see if we manage to maintain that. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, I also have to have a word with you guys about this week's pattern. So I am doing a pattern video this week. on Complicated Knots, though I think most of you know me from Complicated Knots, and so sometimes I feel silly about talking about it as though it's a different thing, but it is a different thing. It's not a different channel now. So yeah, there is a pattern video coming out on Complicated Knots this week, and look, it was going to be a rain frog, all right? I did everything in my power to make it a rain frog, but when I tell you that nothing I did would stop this same... I'm just going to have to show you. Let's just say I'm going to have to, there's a reason I'm not wearing an Everybody Frogs shirt today, because I've broken my own faith here. I don't think everybody does frog anymore. I think everybody frogs except for this thing. This thing, toads instead. Nothing I did would stop, don't get me wrong, I know that this face is absolutely nothing like a rain frog, just like I know that the missing butt is absolutely nothing like a rain frog. In the end, I just decided to steer into the toad curve, because it's just all he refused to turn into anything else. I'm talking I spent 3 full days making and frogging, and I'd get some features correct, and then others just wouldn't turn out, and I've got, it's blowing my mind a little bit, because a rain frog is basically just an angry ball, but in the end, this thing would just refused to form into a frog, and I just kept making the same toad. All paths led to a very similar looking toad. So we're making a toad this week instead. He demanded to be made. He did. So, that's the problem, is that he's such a sweet little, galumph, that it was really hard to be that mad at him. But, I was trying really hard to make a rain frog because it was what you guys voted for second in the poll. And I'm just oh, I'll be really nice, and I'll give him the second highest voted as well. And Toad was nowhere near that poll. But Toad is here now, and Toad is friend. Yeah. Yeah. So that's my shameful secret this week, and that's the explanation. I don't know, I won't put the explanation in the video itself, probably, because anyone finding that video doesn't care that it was meant to be a rain frog, but it's just you guys can know. You guys get the the inside scoop that I was trying really hard to make a rain frog, and it was just not happening. Consider you very satisfied. Good to know, Elf. Thank you. I really towed the line on this one. Well, it's just I'm feeling the need to get a chemi pen out and everybody frogs, except this guy. This guy only toads. No, see, Jeremiah was a bullfrog. This is a toad. Oh, you're making an apple turtle. That's fun. I've got my hardest working tortoise right here. He's always here helping along. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And just as I talk about how this camera makes everything a little bit more red than it normally is at the moment. This turtle is the orangiest orange to ever orange, right? That is the purest orange ever, and even it looks red on this screen. So that should make you feel a little bit better about what the color of this little crab nugget. Let's decrease. 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 Just saying decrease apparently doesn't count as counting. I've not been counting. This is fine though. I'll catch up with myself in a second and it'll be fine. Oh, cool. The legs are going to have to be teeny, teeny, tiny. How orange is that orange? Yes. You want to make Cerberus someday? You just have too many projects going on? Yeah, that's fair. I like the structure of Cerberus with the 3 heads built into the one body piece, into the openings. I'd like to play around with that a little bit more. It's just kind of a pain to try and explain to people how I've done it. So I'm trying to reserve it for when I'm doing just a big project where it's just I'm just making it instead of trying to share a pattern for it. So, but it's a really cool concept, and I wouldn't mind doing a Tiamat, or I think that's how you say it, the big 5 or 6 headed dragon from D&D. It's just that's exactly how I would structure the opening. It's just I would have Cerberus is like this, right? He's got his 3 triangles. For Tiamat, I would just have an additional 2 triangles on the back, or even just an additional point on the back, and make it like a pentagon. Just build them all out. It'd be great. Or a Hydra. That'd be really cool. Working over a tail for the legs, potentially. He's not a large crab. He is small. It has come to his attention that he is a little on the shrimpy side. He thanks everybody for their concern. It's gonna be fine. This guy's gonna involve a lot of sewing though. I can already tell that I'm thinking about it in a lot of different pieces instead of just like trying to join things together. Like that's the top of the head, and now I'm making the under jaw. Everybody frogs on the front except this guy in the back. Yeah, well, I wanted to put out another shirt design this month. It's just I keep dramatically overestimating the amount of time I have to get everything done. But there will be more shirt designs coming this year. I'm not convinced on what they are yet, but I definitely want to put out. So you know that tapestry I'm working on? the one that people are asking for updates on, and I'm embarrassed because it's just been sitting in its box since November now. Or is it December? I don't know. Whenever I put it in the box at the end of the last video, that is where it's remained. I'm working on. I don't think it's a secret that I'm working on a pretty big collab at the moment, and once that's wrapped, I intend to set up that tapestry permanently at this workstation, because technically there's 2 stations I can work at this desk, and this one here has kind of become like a holding zone. But I'm going to set the tapestry up permanently here, with like a permanent light above it, camera on it, ready to go, so I can just like. Not from my side. Okay. Yeah, just sort of set it up as a permanent fixture so that I can just sit down and do 20 minutes of it, which is 1 square at a time. So I think that'd be good, just to be able to chip away at it a little bit, because it has to get done. I really want it done. I really want it up on the wall. Winter is a great time to be working on something like that, even though it is unseasonably warm right now. And I get that it's only fall, autumn, whatever you call it. I've left my chat window down. Oh, you received your shirts? Yay! See, I love my shirts. I'm wearing the complicated knots one today because of the aforementioned conflict with Mr. Toad over there. He's such a little butterball. What's fun is that how he's constructed is you could totally leave his mouth open if you wanted to. I've sewn this one shut, but you could absolutely leave the mouth open. I love little things like that. You had a tiny flicker? Okay. I'm not currently registering any dropped frames, but good job, everybody. Please continue to let us know if we do encounter problems. The Australian internet has never been the most reliable. Tiny flickers and small dropouts, I will still be here, so anything up to a minute. Anything longer than that, and we'll work out how we want to proceed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, I'm 12 around. Let's see, this one here got up to 24 at its widest point, but it's in a very distinctly triangle shape. I suppose I should grow the bottom in the same way, but I also don't want it to be triangular, so not the same way at all. I'm going to grow up to roughly the same size, but I'm not going to add the triangle elements until later. He is an absolute toad. He's just the only thing I'm kind of a little bit sad about is the fact that I am a lazy person. And so I will be releasing this toad as kind of a blank canvas, if that makes sense. Like, I don't intend to go in and design a whole bunch of color markings for him. But that said, this back panel is made working backwards and forwards, so you could very easily put your own designs on there. So like, he's going to be released as like I said, a little bit of a blank canvas where you can add your own markings if you would like to, and turn him into a cane toad or a bullfrog or any of those other wonderful ones. I had a running gag with Mr. Bones that instead of making a rain frog, I kept trying to make a beelzebufo. It's like, I am feeling the need to toad. What's up, love? What's up? You're lurking in the doorway. Oh, you're being a sound barrier. Okay. I'm just gonna like hop him across the screen every so often to start stirring up some buzz. Because that raccoon, you guys really liked that raccoon. I really like you guys for really liking that raccoon. Like, I'm not someone who, I don't really post, okay, I ignore Instagram. It's just like, it's not a pathway that seems to have a lot of value for me. But like, when I release a pattern, I do chuck it up there because I think that that's how some people keep tabs on me. I know it's how my parents keep tabs on what I've released. They look me up on Instagram so they can see what, like, the latest photo of what I've made. And I think that's really cute. So I try and like post up there. That raccoon photo, and this is very outlandish behavior. Normally my things will get like 500 to 1,000 likes, right? Which is like, don't get me wrong, that's huge compared to so many things, but like, that's my baseline. Those raccoons, when I checked last night, had like 30,000 or something. Like, the internet likes raccoons. You guys, with your KMI pics, you never steer me wrong. And that's part of why I really wanted to make a rain frog. Because those not my idea posts. They're just, you guys are always on the money. You're just always correct. Mr. Bones would like you all to know that that's his microwave and not yours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. How was the storm in Perth this past week? I don't recall getting any storm. It might have rained a little bit. It didn't really hit here. We live in a very mild part of the state. We can easily decorate him. I agree. Like, for a while there, after the code video, which you can still sort of see set up in the background there, my plan for the rain frog was to put binary into his markings, and like have it say everybody frogs, because you only need 126 stitches to do that, and that was easily going to be accomplishable. But I don't feel like it's appropriate to put everybody frogs on the back of a toad. You're almost done with your raccoon? Yay! I love all the little raccoon friends, the little trash pandas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Cool. All right, I'm up to 18. And I think now is the time to start triangling. Just to make sure that it fits the way we want it to. So we will go... We still want to be increasing by 6 though. So we will be doing 3 repeats of 5 single crochet and then an increase 3, or single crochet 3 together. No, we won't. We'll split it so that I have some room to do decreases when I want to. So we'll go 3 single crochet, 3 single crochet into the same stitch, and then 2 single crochet, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which will bring us neatly up to 24, which is our intention, which is the same as the widest point of this. And we might need to go 1 row wider, just because it is definitely an overbite. Never fear, that raccoon pattern will be there when you have time to work on it. I think I've removed very few patterns across my time on YouTube, and there's always been very specific reasons for it. Like not wanting to lose everything I've worked for because I've made a copyright character. Your daughter Bun wants me to know that she's making a raccoon too. That's cool. You're making raccoons together? I love that. Family activity. Just finished a smallish dragon for your D&D character. I love that, Nibble Drake. Mr. Bones tends to take like an assortment at this point of little crochet creatures into his D&D groups. And we've actually rehomed some of the items. Like, I don't sell them for a number of reasons. Like, shipping is obnoxious and I want to make sure that they're going to good homes and just a bunch of that sort of thing. But like, a couple of items now have been adopted through his D&D table. And yeah, I think crochet and D&D go really nicely together. You can't just frog a toad. Exactly. Well, don't know. Actually, you know what? This toad was frogged many, many times. But it's just I could not make it form a frog. Its final form was always just toad. It had an opinion. That yarn did not want to be a frog. And the thing is that I did create something that could have passed as a rain frog. Even had the little booty cheeks. But honestly, it was just an inferior product compared to that mini frog I did as part of the 12 days of crochet those couple of years ago. And I'm just like, I don't want to not only just redo a similar thing to what I've already done, but also just have it not be as good as the previous version of it. You know, like changing a few things around for the facial features. It's just like, it's just a waste of everybody's time. Just had a horrible idea. Bugsmas themed bug dragon in D&D. Well, come on, that velvet worm is absolutely the final boss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 24. Okay, cool. So we are the same size triangle underneath now. So we're going to go one size larger. And then we'll work up a little lip. And then I'll work out how we're doing the teeth. Is there a trick or method to keep a magic ring flat? Yours always come out curved or pointy. That tends to be a tension thing, I think, and it's to do with like the thickness of your yarn. Because, like, for example, if I'm using a bulkier yarn, you have to put more stitches into your magic ring or is it less? No, it's more. More stitches into your magic ring to help it sit flat. So, yeah. If you're having trouble, I can tell you a replacement for it. It's not a fix for the problem you're actually having, which I think takes experimentation with the yarn you're using, or someone in chat might also have ideas. But if I'm having consistent problems with the magic ring on a project, I swap it out for you chain 2 and then you work the stitches of your magic ring into the second chain from your hook instead. It will potentially work out for you a little bit better. We're going to have to homebrew a Deadlands game, but bugs. Hi RM McFrew. I will say that I have problems with pointiness for my finishing off points when I've woven my ends in, but it's never been something that like poking it in and just like weaving that end through and tugging it, like, you know, flattening it out has always managed to like solve that particular problem for me. What am I doing? We're going up a size, so we'll go up to 30. So 6 repeats of... Oh no, now we've started triangle. We should probably carry on with triangle, shouldn't we? 3 repeats of 4 single crochet, 3 in 1, and then 3 single crochet to get us up to 30. That velvet worm needs to be rootin' and tootin'. Well, it is the rootinest tootinest. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 3. Then we're going to do 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. There's not a whole lot to this guy, don't get me wrong, it's a lot of pieces, but when you consider the fact that, like, I think once we've nailed the claws, it's just gonna be bingo bango, we're done. Two, 3 and 4. Okay, under jaw. Oh yeah, he's already looking the part. Look at him. Ah. So I don't know if we even want to do a row of single crochet up and around. I think that's actually going to swallow too much of the head. I think that this is kind of as up as we need that lip to be. So now it's just a matter of forming those 2 really wide teeth and a couple of little teeth. So assuming that we keep it laid out this way, keeping the sort of start point of the row hidden on one side, that'll be completely covered up by legs and arms and all kinds of other bits. Let's see, we have very clear cut 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 stitches that we could arguably use across the front to form these teeth. 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So those are the stitches we can use across the front to form the teeth. You think Tamatoa fits one of the other crabs later? Yeah, that's fair. current name list is Citizen Snips, Peanut Butter, Eugene, Claude, and Tamatoa. We are one name over the limit. Okay, guys, that means that you guys need to discuss and take one of those names off the list. And if need be, we'll have a second poll to help with that. Too bad we don't have the second gen in this. One is actually a catfish. You talking about Whiskash? Yeah. Yeah, fair. That said, we'll be doing Gen 2 soon enough. We'll hit Gen 2 before the end of the year for sure. Unless we get too distracted doing other activities in the meantime. This particular Gen 1 should be all wrapped up by end of August, assuming we keep tracking at the same rate, July, August. So yeah, we'll have a couple of months of maybe some other stuff. Maybe it'll even only just be a week of some other stuff. Stuff like maybe playing Pokemon on stream together, you know, working on the Catch and Stitch series, that sort of thing, potentially. And then we'll be going straight into Gen 2. We're already a quarter of the way through Gen 2 just from that Catch and Stitch series. So, Whiskash will be here soon enough. So, let's see, we need big tooth, gap, little tooth, gap, little tooth. Big tooth gap. Yeah, see, there's not enough for me to put that many gappies in. So these two little teeth are going to have to be closer to one another. This big tooth is going to identify as a problem, I can tell already. How do I want to do this? I do think he needs at least 2 stitches for each of these big teeth, right? Because we can do like something like this. Down to a slip stitch. Which is technically 3 stitches. And then we could go like little tooth, what are they feeding you? Little tooth, and then we'll have one in the middle. Do you reckon one in the middle is going to be enough? It might be. Let's try it and see. First we have to get all the way back around. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 stitches. And then we'll be building some teeth. What's the reference for Claude? He's a crab. He has claws, and I say it as Claude. I believe that it is meant to be Cloud, but I like Claude because he's Claude. He's a crab. It's a pun. Big fan. Trying to make your own marigold, but you're using variegated yarn in green, blue, purple, and pink. Ooh, and the face thinks it's just jumping because it's heard a big noise. Yeah, marigold does strike me as like an easily startled type of dragon. Oh, that actually brings me to another point though. I do recommend variegated yarn for this toad. At least the everything I've done in yellow, I think would look really cool in variegated. It would end up with some nice color pooling. I won't be able to film it using variegated yarn because I think it makes it way too hard for everybody to see what I'm doing. I've had comments on that and I think they're completely legitimate and fair. So it's an easy thing for me to avoid, but I do think it'd look really cool with variegated yarn. I didn't realize until after I made the anglerfish pattern the Pokemon Lantern is an anglerfish. Like, directly an anglerfish. An anglerfish. Well, it's an anglerfish without the teeth. And I think that the teeth are a big part of the anglerfish, who the anglerfish is as a person. You know what I mean? Okay, I could get a little tricky with this. No. If I wanted, we could do our up ramp in the stitch before and avoid having to do any kind of chaining nonsense. So let's try. I'm just going to be trying a bunch of stuff, so I'll let you know when we discover something that actually works. So I'll go to a double and then into a treble, where in the stitch before I actually want the tooth to be toothed. Yeah, it's a pretty good tooth shape. It's a very good tooth shape. But it's a tooth facing the wrong way. Ooh, do we put a little like piqueur at the top to make it nice and pointy? We'll try that. And the next stitch along, we'll do a treble and a double. And then just like a single. And then we try it on our crab. Oh no, that swallows his whole head. I think I'm on the right track though. I just think that that's too much tooth. All right. So I've got like the structure correct. Now it's just about playing with the sizing of it and getting that right. Does limit me to just doubles though, which is hard. So let's do a half double and a double, and then we'll picot. Honestly, we might even, I don't even know if we can use doubles for this. Trebles are adding a lot of height, but let's just try it. Half double there, then in the next one around we'll do a double. We'll do a mini picot this time, which is a picot with just 2 chains. I call them chain 2 picots, but I saw them mentioned somewhere as mini picots, and I like that well enough. That works for me. Yeah, unravel, thank you. We'll do a little single crochet there. That's a much smaller little tooth. How did I do that just then? That was 14 single crochet and then a half double crochet, and then in the same stitch we did a double picot and a double. And then I think that's just a regular single crochet in the next one around. So I think we've worked out our first. His teeth do look like they go to the top of his head, yeah, but I also, yeah, it's just. Okay, that is significantly better proportionally. Because like I can see him from a few different angles, and yeah, technically his teeth could have gone to the top of his head, but we didn't want them swallowing the whole side of his head as well. Something like this is just going to read a little bit better, I think. So now we just need like 2 little ones, and then a gap, and then 2 little ones. So for that, I ended up using just the 1 stitch, which is great, because then that's just a single crochet, and so I can do like a picot here and a picot there. So we'll go picot, single, and we'll do that twice. Gonna make sure he's looking very toothed. Perfect. Okay, and now on this side, that'll... How many stitches of this have we used? 1, 2, 3, 4 of it. So we are currently up to here. And then we'll need 4 more on the other side, so we should just be able to do 3 single crochet in between now. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think that might push it too far off the head. We'll just do 2 in between. Yeah. Sorry guys, I'm writing out the instructions so I don't forget this. When something's just a little bit more complex, I try to like write it out beforehand while the thought's still there. Then I follow it and correct it as we need to. It seems hard to get the height without swallowing the face. There'd be ways to do it at a larger scale, but I don't mind adjusting the proportions of things and even the colors of things in order for things to give the right impression when you're looking at it, because like when you think about Pokemon, you remember them differently than what they actually look like. There's been a number of times when we're like, oh my goodness, stuff like Magma has ruffled sleeves, right? None of you, when you think about Magma, think about the ruffled sleeves, or at least you wouldn't have until after we had that, after that stream, right? So I could have left off the ruffled sleeves, or done them as a thicker tube, and it still would have read correctly as Magma at a smaller size. We added in the ruffled sleeves, of course. I've got him right here. It's proof of the ruffled sleeves, but you know what I mean? It's just like you can leave off little certain details at a smaller scale as long as you're hitting certain notes. And for this one here, the note is the jagged teeth across the face, not necessarily the fact that those teeth might have to extend all the way up. 1 and 2. We'll do our little picots. crochet. Yep, cool. And now we're working our tooth, our second tooth, and nothing but the tooth. Still need room for his eyes. Yeah, and his crown. There's like a lot going on here. It all has to be attached. Like, you're not going to be able to see very much of the crab nugget underneath. We'll know it's there though, and that matters. Okay, and then we'll single crochet off to the side. And I might even have to, when I sew it on, lock each specific tooth into place, but I will get over that. And that's okay. 1, 2, 3, and 4 back to the start. Great. Oh, I'm sorry that you've got a stomachache, nibble drake. That's no fun. Alright, so now we try and attach them in place. So let's just see if we can get the wrap around, because somehow that's added a lot of extra width here that I wasn't anticipating. Why is it suddenly so big? I swear that was the right size a second ago, and now when we try it on, it's like extremely overhangy. I might have to go back and actually remove one of those rows. It's swallowing him. Because like it's coming up way too far up the back. Maybe I slip stitch around. I'm happy with the teeth, which is the important takeaway here. But I think instead of single crocheting around, I might have to slip stitch, just so that they're a little bit flatter and smaller, because I'll still make the rest of the pieces first, because that's a really easy change for me to make at the end. But for now, I'm relatively happy with our teeth. To get, as I said, to get that definition, we might sew them down. I could have done those with spike stitching, honestly, if I was doing it all in one piece, at least the little ones. Relatively happy with our crab nugget. For now, not finishing it off, because as I mentioned, I might frog it and fix that last row. Okay, so let's do some little half eyes. I've got some white here. Now, I think safety eyes would be a mistake. Particularly at this scale, they would be huge. Like, no, I think those are huge. I think we'll go, we've done this route a number of times now where we just stitch on a little black pupil. I think that's fine. I love Cloyster. Y'all, what should I make? Cloyster? Do you have a pattern for Cloyster? Bumblebee, why are you riveting? You could have sworn Machoke was bluish. Honestly, the last game I played, Machoke was purple. Like we negotiated down to grey last week, and I think that's okay. Let's see, it needs to be a little half eye. Now I could change colours here. I hate changing colours in a magic ring. It's annoying. Or I could just get away with doing a little arch. I think we'll do that. Eyes, magic ring 4, pull into semi-circle, finish up. Have I added an extra row to make the teeth, or do the teeth in the same row as the last row? The teeth I was talking about was done as an additional row on top, which is why I'm talking about potentially taking it back and either removing a row or swapping out the single crochets in the teeth row with slip stitches, because as mentioned, it's swallowing them a little bit, and I think we could do without that final row. So those are the two answers to that. You make the row smaller, or you go back and you remove a row. I don't think that has anything creative to offer you guys. So it's something I can fix very, very easily off camera. Or I'll do it at the end if we're really invested in the process of seeing what it'll look like. Or we might decide we like it this way. Sometimes it's worth waiting until we have to make changes before we make changes. Because sometimes all you got to do is trust the process, and it turns out that that is the size that you needed it to be anyway. Safety eyes for Krabby, not Kingler. That's so funny. He's just a baby. And then Kingler is like, no. Look what I can do with my claws. Okay, very pleased with these eyes. I think they look exactly correct. I even have little black pins to act as his pupils right now. Darling, darling, you're beautiful, darling. All right, let's put away the white. We need, I know we need claws. I'm putting off the claws a little bit. We need leggies. Let's make some leggies. Oh, he also needs those circles for his underdome. So magic rings of 12, not magic rings of 12, magic rings of 6 and then 6 increases to get us up to 12. Will work for each of those, and that'll give him a lot of shape and a lot of stability, honestly. Looks like a flattened Voltorb right now. Well, yeah. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if they just used like hollowed out Kinglers or Kingler sheds for the OG Voltorbs. I understand that we know from Arceus that's probably not how they did it, and it was a whole other thing, but still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then upper size. Five, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Let's try that. I may even only want 9s. No, that looks about right to me. Like proportionally. I get that looks like a face with eyelashes, but that's his undercarriage. I'm going to call these his underbumps. They're his lovely crabby bumps. Or his lovely crabby lumps. Underbumps. Magic ring 6. It's Voltorb in power armor. White legs. No, I'll make him cream like the rest of his undercarriage. It's the his expression is a little animal. I've seen starting with a magic ring of 8, then going to 16, then 24 to switch to the increments of 6 and not just have one. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean about adjusting for the thickness of your yarn. Like, you'll end up with a pointy, like something too pointy if... You'll end up with like a wibble if you put too many in, but you'll end up with a point if you don't have quite enough. 3, 4, because you're technically accidentally making a cone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. In fact, with a lot of bulkier patterns, with a lot of bulkier yarns, not patterns, I've seen it suggested that you always just start with the second row instead. So if it's a magic ring of 6 single crochet and then 6 increases to get up to 12 stitches, I've seen it suggested that you just start with a magic ring of 12 stitches and carry on from there. My crab lumps bring all the Voltorb to the yard. And they're like, dang it, we need to charge. Okay, nearly done. Yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I've managed to create so many shapes without actually managing to do any of the important ones. Alrighty, we have a stretch break, a little hydrate or dihydrate break. I'm staying ultra hydrated today. Crab milkshake. Okay, we need some little leggies, and I think I am going to work over a chain. Don't get me wrong, they're not going to end up very thick, but I think any kind of tube will just end up as too big. Sorry, by chain I mean over a tail. So let's see. He's got his little defined foot, so I'll start with a single crochet. Someone write this down. Single crochet, and a single crochet. Then we'll change things up a little bit with a single crochet. It's 3. It's 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 8 feels like the correct number for our spittery little fellow. Yes, 8. Whew. Am I planning on celebrating completing Gen 1 in any way? It's a huge accomplishment. I don't know. And that's not because I don't want to. It's because, like, my previous attempts to celebrate things haven't gone great. Like, I don't seem to know how to celebrate things properly. And I'm choosing not to unpack that. It's like, I also don't do birthdays or holidays. But I am willing to celebrate it. I'd be happy to celebrate it. If you guys have any ideas, that would be really helpful for me. Because, yeah, it's been a long time coming, and it's kind of a bittersweet type of thing for a couple of reasons, but it's one of the first reasons that I picked up crochet. Well, it's one of the first goals I had when I picked up crochet, like a long time ago. I was, oh, hey, I'm going to crochet all of them. And at that time, I was using free patterns from people online, because you could find a whole bunch of them on... What's the name of that website with all the art on it? I don't think it exists anymore anyway. I think it starts with a D. DeviantArt, that's the one. You used to be able to find all kinds of patterns on there. No idea if that actually still exists anymore. But, yeah, so like I was using other people's patterns at that point, but I didn't make it very far. I think I made like 5 or 6. And at that point... After that point, I was like, okay, cool. So I'm just going to design my own from now on. And on we all went. And then, like, obviously, a couple of years ago, I did that random catch and stitch Gen 1 episode back when I had 20,000 subscribers. And, yeah, you guys liked it. So it became a bit of a mainstay on here. And then it became a stream. And then it became regular streams as we work on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll be doing a video. 8. Wait, 8 is the correct number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I'll be doing a video. I think. I know. I'm gonna try and do a video. It seems like a lot of editing, but I think it'll be worth doing a video. Maybe when I get closer, you can decide if I want to save a cool Pokemon for the last Gen 1. Yeah, I'm going to try and save something that makes some sense. Like, I think it'd be a little bit odd if, say, I don't know. Look, I don't want to put any hate on any Pokemon, but there are just some that aren't as cool or as exciting. Like, if Hitmonlee was the last Pokemon we made, I feel like everybody would feel a little let down. But, like, Mewtwo makes some sense. Gyarados makes some sense. Blastoise or Venusaur both make sense. Like, there are some bigger ones that just make a little bit more sense, as, like, the finale. DeviantArt's still around? Yeah, that's cool. I wasn't trying to cast any shade on DeviantArt. I just haven't engaged with it in such a long time I didn't know. Tube knees or not tube knees? Is that the question? Yes. That do be the question. Get the party popper? Yeah, I can do a party popper. Or the little thing. We could have some hats. We'll set them all up on the shelves behind me so that like they can all be seen. In time for that, I'd love to retake all of their photos because like I don't know if you guys have noticed it necessarily. You've all been too polite to say anything about it. But in the Pokédex, they're not all color balanced correctly because they've all been taken, like there's been like 7 different locations where the photos have been taken, and we've got one consistent location now, but it's meant that like in balancing the colors I've done a better job on some than others. In particular, like Charmander's looking very blue comparatively. They're not too bad anymore. I think I've went through and tweaked a bunch of them, but like my hand is literally in the Seadra picture. So like I'd like to retake all of the photos so that they're all really nice and consistent. And then I wouldn't mind getting like, I don't think having them all on display permanently is viable for me, but I do think having a poster, like a printed thing, somebody suggested that they might want one a while back, but like I think getting one printed up for myself would be really cool. And reasonable to have on the wall as opposed to like trying like, and then the rest can just have like a clear plastic storage tube or box or something. But I think trying to have them all visible at the same time is too much real estate for the room I'm in. The light inconsistencies are more noticeable on the slideshow, but not the graph. Yeah. It's something I am aware of. It's something I can solve really easily just by doing a massive photo shoot, but I'm putting it off till the end just so that I can just do them all in one day, and it probably will take all day. Mewtwo should be last. I have thought about that Greenwich Exotics. That has been one of the thoughts that has occurred. I'm gonna just go take a quick little break. I'll be back in a minute, but I will leave you guys with the break screen, and then we'll come back and we'll finish our Kingler. So. Boo. Sorry, when you take hydration seriously, you have to take slightly more breaks. DA had a huge uproar about allowing AI at first, but I think they updated their rules on it. Just don't even talk to me about AI. Ugh. Mewtwo should be last. I agree. Okay, time to stop delaying a few chores while you listen to this. Sorry for ending the bop. Sorry, I'm sorry for cutting the music off. We can put the music back on if you want. Okay, so I have 2 little leggies. I feel like I may as well just whip up the other 2 while we're sitting here. You can't be the only person who's excited about Hitmonlee. You love that funky little weirdo. Look, I don't mind Hitmonlee, but to me he always reminded me of like a chicken drumstick. It's just, I feel like, that's what I mean. This is like, I knew no matter who I named, there's somebody out there who that's their favorite Pokemon, and they would feel like I was being unnecessarily harsh. But Hitmonlee doesn't even register as a Peoplemon to me. So I'm like, I don't mind him at all. I do think that like the finale of a huge project like this, needs to be something of suitable station. It's just whenever you imply that any Pokemon aren't suitable for that, as I said, it's just going to bring somebody out who that's their favorite and they wouldn't mind it. So it just needs to be something that feels right. Hubby says hello. Hello to Rainstorm's husband. Onyx should be the last Pokemon because it's unexpected. You know what? Based on that logic, that is now in the running as the last Pokemon. Oh, that is so funny. It would be unexpected. Though, honestly, by that point, you guys are going to know week to week who we're making. Because, like, how am I possibly supposed to keep things stealthy? I can use shiny colours as much as I like. I can swap in different forms. I can give you their types and nothing else. But that doesn't change the fact that there's only going to be, like, 4 or 5 that we're picking from. And I'm pretty sure you guys are going to know. A Pokérap slideshow would be hilarious. I might do that as a short, but I don't want to include it in any of my actual content that I need to make money from. Yeah. I should be able to do a Pokérap. Not me doing a Pokérap, but like putting the pictures on screen as the official Pokéraps might be an option. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Blend them? Yeah, that has been a fallback position of mine, but even then, when we're down to like 4 or 5 of them, you're still gonna know who you're guessing, right? Like, there's just not going to be any secrecy left. We might even just end up spinning a wheel for the last couple, just to try and maintain some element of surprise. But then I don't necessarily like how much agency that takes away from you guys. I like you guys to be at least a little in control of the chaos. Someone has to be. This week it's Mr. Bones. This is all Mr. Bones' chaos. You would say save the last 2 or 3 as my favourites, that way I get the best final Pokemon for me. Yeah, true, but the problem with that is, like, for example, if I pick Venusaur, Blastoise, and Gyarados as my 3 favourites, that's 3 weeks. That's going to take 3 weeks to get through. I used to be able to do the Pokérap. I had that, there was like that CD that came out. It had the Pokérap on it. I used to be able to do it. I definitely can't do it anymore. I might be able to with the lyrics in front of me. Episode 150. Okay, everyone vote. Options 1. Not even. This is episode 37 and we're up to, this is our 108th Pokemon. So it'd be episode like 50 something. Yep. We'll do something to celebrate. We have to. Okay, so I've made his 4, like, he's got a lot of strands flying everywhere, but he has got 4 legs in the mix here. I think we'll make him his little crown. His crown needs to have at least 6 Whatsits on it. But I think I'm going to attach them to a base chain, kind of like how I did the back flames on Rapidash. So 1, 2, 3, we need at least 6 of these, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, good. I can get away with at least going up to 9. 7, 8, 9. Oh, honey, you're so pretty. So pretty. Little headband. There will definitely be more wheels spinning as we approach. Alright, night Nibbledrake, thanks for hanging out. Mr. Bones should do the Pokérap substituting in the voted names for the species. We can discuss it. And I'm going to do double trebles for these spikies. I think that'll be big enough. Okay, so, sorry, there's a little bit of a thing as to how these need to be done. So that's double treble and slip stitch. And we'll do that 3 times. It's going to be a very wibbly wobbly little piece. two. Are the ones in the middle taller, you reckon? They look about the same size on the pictures I'm looking at, so I think I'm going to do them the same size. Ah, things have gotten tangled. There we are. Okay, cool. That's the way it goes. Bolig, Bolin, Bolog, Googling Bolognese. What are we naming Bolognese? This guy's making you crave spaghetti. You want Bolognese?
Look at him from the top.
Oh yeah, he totally looks like a spaghetti monster. He is a meatball in a pile of noodles. That is an accurate assessment. Well spotted. His crown is going to make him so pretty. Gotta go now. Brain craves current special interest. Fair enough. Autistic Proplio, have fun. 2, 3. Anyone trying to make this later? This piece? It's gonna fight you. Should we get the name vote up? Oh, I still got claws to make. I think that once I've made one of the claws, I'll put the name vote up. Unless there's like a flock of people waiting desperately, trying to hold on before going to bed, in which case sometimes I have mercy on y'all. Current name list, Citizen Snips. Is that like, I'm pretty like, I know that as a reference from Futurama, right? Is that the reference being made, or is it something from something else as well? Peanut Butter, Eugene, Cloud, and Tamatoa. Okay, well, alright, I'm about to start culling names and people can fight or not. I really like the name Claude. I also really like, I don't get the peanut butter name. I know that it was an early suggestion and people obviously lined up behind it, so like I'm outvoted on this one. I'm not going to get rid of it. But I don't get it. I don't get it. Because like I would replace peanut butter with bolognese. Because he looks like a little spaghetti dish. Yeah, so cool. Alright, just checking I got the reference, boss. Thanks. I like to be hip with the kids. This piece does not want to be where the people are. It does not want to see them dancing. Alright, let's try and get this lined up. Your little hairpiece, mate, is being annoying. Center that bit over the eyes. There we go. And there we go. Okay, he has a crown. The spikies are not very large, but he's looking very surprised now because of it. Oh, okay. Someone was suggesting crusty, which made you think of sandwiches, and he's vaguely peanut butter coloured. Okay, all right. I can understand that. Like I said, I wasn't gonna sometimes I do just dismiss names because I pick the 4 that I like best. I'm guilty of it. Probably not going to change doing that, but sometimes I'm just seeking understanding. You can drop snips. I don't think it has much following. I get it. I get the reference. It's just, yeah, it's been a while. That's such a niche reference too, because I understand it's of when they were in the sewers with the adjusted animals. But even, like, I'm a Futurama fan and I am struggling to remember more context than that. It's when they were using, oh, right. It's from the episode Teenage Mutant Leela's Powers, right? And they had the ointment that gives them the superpowers, and Citizen Snips is one of the animals coming to rob the museum. There we go. Cool.
I was wondering if we could give him Ditto's knife later.
Ditto's knife is currently in bag with Ditto.
Okay. I was thinking, you mess with Krabby, you
get the stabby. Oh, I get it. So the Tamatoa is because of the shiny thing. Yeah, no, I've decided that we can't make the shiny ones because what if I want to do a full shiny dex later? And I know that there's a few shinies that have already kind of crept into the mix, but changing her mind is a woman's prerogative. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's something very amusing about the idea that Krabby would stab you instead of snip you with his claws. There is, isn't there? The crowned meatball. I kind of just even like the name Meatball. A rarely used crab named Citizen Sips, aka Lucky. Yeah. You know, I could be remembering all kinds of useful stuff, but instead I can apparently remember the name of that particular episode. You missed the theme of the day. Faith, the theme of the day is catfish. Mr. Bones put together today's options, and he decided to catfish the lot of you. So not everything is quite what it seems. Honestly, as we get down to like the final 10, Mr. Bones might do a theme again where it's just like nothing's related. It's just pure Mr. Bones chaos. I'm fine with that. It's not my fault if it's him. What am I making here? We've gone up to a 12 with whatever it is. I think I'm making claws. But claws can't be much bigger than this. The problem is that like I want to make... This claw is like one of the main features of this Pokemon, right? And it's got like this dome over bit, but it's got like this inner bit as well. And I want to try and do it justice. We kind of need like a half crescent moon, which is actually a really complex shape to make. Now we could split it in half and I could do... Oh, that's what we'll do. Okay, yeah. I'm going to do like a half circle, like a semicircle. And it'll be orange on the outside, black on the inside, just because like we've got like a very clear... It's very clearly just a black solid on the inside of that knuckle joint. So I'll do a semicircle like that, and then I'll do even just a quarter circle. And... we may even be able to make it all as one piece, but it'd just be so much easier if I just sewed it on. So I'll do that, but it has to be a full-on, like, proper shape here. So I need to already start making this piece longer. Gotta go to bed. Night, Rena. Thanks for hanging out. And then with the little one, I might even do it as, like, just all one piece. You can stitch on the line. Heading down into a silly little noodle arm, which has to be the same thickness as the legs, so the arms are going to be embarrassing, but I'm going to anchor them where I can to help the claw stay up. Okay, we're working on the claw. We'll decide who must go and who must stay. Eight, 16, and then 16 is probably getting pretty big, but nope, the claw is allowed to be the size of his entire body. So we'll go up another size. Even though they'll say I'm a madman. They'll say I could have stopped while it was before it became too much. The day that Kingler took over. Have I been calling him Krabby this whole time? Because I've meant Kingler. 4, 5. One, 2, 3. I'm just trying to create like a little cup. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Mr. Bones, my love. When you hear this, he's on a 30-second delay like you guys all are. If you could check on my desk to see if my black yarn is out there, that'd be very helpful. Thank you. 2, Hello? King Orecchiette? Kiet? I might have been called, yeah, like, I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that I think I've started calling him Krabby at one point. And I don't know if I've stopped, but yeah, no, I do understand that we are making Kingler today. Nope, okay, that's alright. It has to be in here somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's in that box somewhere. Oh, he found it! It was next to the box. It was on the outside of the box. He's my hero. Hello, have you missed much? Sharky's Crochet, we are making Kingler. Mr. Bones picked our options today, and our theme is catfish. So, that's it. You're all caught up. We haven't even done the second name vote yet. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just making a big old claw for our little crabby friend here. Crabby with a C, as in like crabby as a description of Kingler. There we go. He's a little sea bug. There's Crabrawler later on, which would fit Punchy Crab better. Yeah, I agree. There's been some really excellent crabs. I'm a fan of Cloth. I think Cloth is really cute. Though, I don't know, the more I look at Hitmonchan, the more I wonder if Hitmonchan is secretly a crab. Think about it. They've got the same head spikies. They've got suspiciously shaped hands. Just think about it. Hitmonchan a crab, confirmed. Happy... Thank you, smallest petal. Okay, it's pronounced Orecchiette. Orecchiette? Orecchiette. No one make fun of the Australian. The Australian is doing their best. Sus hands. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, that could be... I'm just saying. And I think Hydreigon is also crab. He's very clearly got snippy hands, even though those hands have teeth. He's a crab that shed his shell, maybe? When you first ran into Cloth, he was irritating you, and so you banned him. You named him Clawful. Maybe he's clawfully good. CK, you am Australian. Okay, fine. Oh, night, Midnight Star, thanks for hanging out. Okay, we're up to 24 stitches around, which is also the widest point of the body, not even the head. Oh no, it's the widest point of the head too. So I don't really want to go any bigger than this. This is already a huge claw. This claw is too big. We're going back a row. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. All right, better. This is a more appropriately sized claw. Oh yeah, that's way better. Okay, cool. So we have the base piece for it. I'm going to do a row of 20 around just to add some depth. This is very like free-form development. I'm kind of just making up the shape, or I'm adjusting the shape as we go rather than trying to like picture the full shape and map it out. Oh, I think we're going to go with Omegapod. It's supposed to be big, but it's not supposed to be bigger than his head. Not really. Like his whole body. Orecchiette. Aw, it means little ears in Italian. That's adorable. If it means something as cute as little ears, why does it have so many CHs? Why is it designed as a trap? Just saying, the people need answers. Okay. Good. All right. Now this is meant to have like a curved over claw bit at the front and a curved over claw bit underneath. So the real question here becomes, do I fake it or do I stitch it? I'm going to try and stitch it, and if it gets one chance, and if it doesn't work stitching it, I'm going to fake it. Because that's how we do. So let's just examine the anatomy of this claw for a second here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stitches to fake it with. And I'll give it the same leeway at the bottom, leaving 5 and 5, and we're starting from here. So we've got 5 single crochet, and then we want to be building up to probably something like that. Sorry, I'm using my own symbols for things again. It's just, I'm untrained. And we're making stuff up. But I think something like that could actually work really well. So we're going to give that a go. I'm going to try it before I write it down. Okay, so that's 5. And now we see if our claw design works. Double. Do, 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 double. Do, 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 do. And a couple of trebles. Do, 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 da. The big Q in the middle. Because Italians and some Latin languages have an obscene fascination with duplicate letters and C's all in one row. Buddy, I have some Welsh in my heritage. Don't even get started with the double letters. The mega claw reminds you of your roommate's old fiddler crab. One had a huge claw and we called him Big Boy. He lived in a big tank with a small boy and girl. No, you like my drawing? Thank you very much. I'll just... He's there, just doing his best. I don't think I'm going to be able to tell if I like it or not until I finish the row. So let's go through and finish the row. Well, that's why it's a trap. Fair enough. Sorry, I did understand what was being communicated. It's like, yeah, language is fun. Yeah. Serves me right for not watching. Throwing stitches all over the place. Having a little stitch tantrum, as it were. There we go. Yeah, it's got a little bit more point to it. But I still think I need to insert the thumb as like a separate piece. I don't think I can get away with just doing it all in one. But it means that I can design the thumb to be, I don't know, I've got options here. I need like an inner panel of black for the inside of this piece. And then we also just need like a thumb piece. Which we could design them as the same piece. And that's just an overlay, maybe. I don't know. Either way, I'm going to write this down. See, and we'll do that twice. And then we'll slip stitch and finish off. Big claw A. Yeah, okay. You're evil? Wait, what's going on? It means airplane, jet, turbine, engine, auxiliary mechanic, non-commissioned officer, student. Crafting, chaos with cat. That is a word. That is not a word, that's an alphabet. Like, what are you doing? Also, no, I can't pronounce that. I wouldn't even begin to try. It'd just be me squawking strange sounding syllables and potentially saying something offensive for like 2 minutes. So like, that's a lose-lose proposition. All the alphabet in that word twice. That's what I mean. It's just, that's not a word, it's an alphabet. It's finish. Yeah. It did eventually finish. I agree. Took its time though. Okay, German words that are long though. Germans do that thing where they just like staple words together until they find a combination of words that fits the exact specific feeling that they're looking for. Don't get me wrong, I respect it. But also, let's not pretend that the German word that's super, super long isn't just like an amalgamation of like 15 different little words. But actually, could you also please share the giant German word? Because I would really like to see it. Bouncy cushion satisfaction? Tiny titties. Rein Askeketi Rang über Wakang Sofa Gab Betre Gangs Gesetz. Good morning, Coast Strike Girl. Finnish does the same. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. See, like German is kind of, I say famous for it as in like it's something I know about it, but like that's cool. It's interesting to me that Finnish does it as well. In English, we just ish things. Like, we're happy-ish. It's airplane-ish. That's just like, those 3 little letters make up for the other 60 characters of a possibly helpful description. It means beef labeling, supervision, duties, delegation, law. That is, why do you need a specific word for that? Like, German, why do you need a specific word for that? Oh, I'm not enjoying this. Oh. This is actually really annoying me. Right, I just need to make it 1 row bigger. Sorry, guys. In order to be able to see it, I have to have it a little closer to my face, which means it's not on camera for you guys, and I'm very aware of that. But, honestly, I'm just having a hard time seeing it today. Which is funny, because normally when working under the lights, it makes it easier. Maybe I just need to, like, scooch my head on in. I'm sure this is a flattering angle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, have we got that name list narrowed down to 4 options yet? Okay, and we'll do one more row. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we removed Tamatoa. Yep. Fair enough. So the current name list is Citizen Snips, Bolognese, Eugene, Cloud. Alright, and we've removed Tamatoa. Cool. So Citizenship, Snips, Bolognese, Eugene, and Cloud. If we've missed a name from that list, speak now or forever hold your peace. The longest published German word is 79 letters. Yeah, it's Claude like Claude. There we go. So that will tuck in there. We're just missing a little thumb bit. And a noodle arm. Okay, so alright, we like Claude Rangoon, apparently. It's like Crab Rangoon, but with Claude. It makes sense. Alright, cool. So the name list is Citizen Snips, Bolognese, Eugene, and Claude Rangoon. Nine, 10, 11, 12. I'm making the thumb claw at the moment. The idea being I'm going to just like, oh, I was going to nestle it in there. Maybe I'm not. Maybe it goes over the top. Don't mind that. And then we'll just add the clawy bit. So thumb claw. The last name does make him sound even more like a civilized gentleman. Civilized gentleman, distinguished gentleman. Well, I mean, he does have a crown. He is Kingler. He is nobility. He does give himself heirs. See? Sorry, y'all. Sometimes the writing of the pattern gets in the way of the making of the content. But I know y'all will stick through me with it. Excellent. Thank you, honey. That's an excellent name. I will just finish this thumb piece, then I'll pop the pole up while we make the other claw. Because the claws are not the same. He's one of those crabs that has like one giant claw and one little claw. So we still need to make the little claw. Anytime anyone mentions the toad, he will appear. This one here I have named it. Sometimes I get asked if I've named my creations. This one here I have named Butterball. He is Butterball the toad because he looks like Butterball the toad. So I don't know what else to tell you. It's like that is clearly Butterball the toad. So yeah, that'll be out on Thursday. It'll hit all of the regular spots. I think I might film in green though. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the little yellow guy, but I think I'll film him in green because then in the photos he can be 2 different colours, which is fun sometimes. Okay, so that's kind of what we're going for here with this claw. Actually, I think that's pretty dang diddly darn good. Nailed it! Right, I think that's pretty close. I think that's pretty accurate. It's maybe a little on the large side, but I'm glad I did take it down a notch. So that'll go like there, and he needs a noodle arm to attach it with, but I'll whip that up later. That'll just be the same as one of his legs, and it'll be entirely vestigial. If it's a decorative piece for appearances only, I'll anchor the actual claw to his head. Like so that it stays kind of up. You just started your raccoon? Hey! His name will be Cadet. I like that. Even as a toad. Alright, name vote. I'm going to do the name vote. Here we go. Starting a poll. We are naming the Krabby Boy. His names are Citizen Sneeps. His name is Bolognese. Because he looks like a little meatball in a pile of noodles. He does. Let's see, we've got Eugene. And we have Claude Rangoon. Claude, because like, Claude. It's funny. Put that in there, Claude Rangoon. Okay. You may name the crab while I make his other hand. Y'all don't summon Nat. It's way too early for Nat to be awake. A little decorum, please. It definitely has the same kind of vibe, though. Okay, so for this second claw, it's also technically 2 pieces, but I'm tempted just to make it as 1 piece. Really what I should do is size down the big claw into a smaller version of itself, but instead we're going to do the closed, clacky version. Where... yeah, I know how to do this. Okay. Magic ring 6 increases, which will get us up to 12, which is about the right size. So then we'll do 12 single crochet, probably a couple of times. And then I'll decrease along one side of it and add the same pointy claw bit to the other side. Can he canonically be Italian or because he's doing this? Sure. Yeah, so when I see Claude, I also think Cloud. That's why I put the Claude pun in the chat, because like we're not talking about Cloud, which would actually be a really fun name for Altaria. But if it gets picked here, it can't obviously be picked for Altaria. I think we have our answer. You guys made your answer, you made your decision really, really quickly, which has not left me much time to make this piece. So the vote is going to stay open until I'm finished making this claw, but thankfully this claw is relatively straightforward. Voss, that sentence sounds so vulgar. Where's Caterpickle? I want him to wear Kingler's undercarriage. I gotta tell you, there's so many pins in this crab, I'm not unpinning him, but that would be very funny. Caterpickle is here. He's still holding his bobby pin too. He's a good little lad. He's still got his stabilization pins in from the time he was falling over all the time. He needs some mobility aids. He needs some slightly better mobility aids. There we go. There we go. So I'm just working up to 12 around. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then we're going to go 12 single crochet around. Hello. Okay, but don't tell Nat. Mr. Bones has just abducted Caterpickle. Six, 7. Ooh, 8. That's amazing. 9. Mr. Bones has delivered with a stand for our boy. He's now rotatable. Whee! That's way too much fun. Let's take those pins out of your belly now then, mate. If you're all stable and whatnot. Alright, Confused Paladin. Looks like the name is going to be Claude Rangoon, in case that's what's holding you here. But I appreciate you hanging on as long as you can. He can spin! He can! He's a free rotating caterpillar. Boy's got some moves! He does! He's got that breakdance in action. But like if I settle him on down, he won't spin anymore. And he's just got his little like area of effect. Tail whipped the heck out of Kingler. You really did. Brap. No, does not fit. The amazing. We are not calling him Pickle Spin. We can totally use Caterpickle as a pointer to pick the next. Absolutely. Alright, well, we're almost at the point where we're voting for the next one. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So that's 2 rows of 12. I think I'm going to... One more row of 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very soon, Confused Paladin. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Perfect. Okay, good. So we did 3 rows of 12 then. And now we're going to hit it with 3 decreases. And then we're going to go double, double, treble, picot, treble, double, double, and slip stitch to finish. Actually, you know what? We don't want to go 3 decreases. We want to go decrease, single crochet 3 together, and decrease. Oh goody, those notes are totally going to be easy for me to decipher later. I'm not setting a trap for future me at all. Neat legible notes? Me? Never. Hey, Mr. Bones, you might get to write these ones. Sometimes Mr. Bones helps me out by transcribing my notes into typed form, which makes this a cruel and unusual kind of punishment. Oh, hey, is Darcy here? Hi, Darcy. You spin me right round like a caterpillar, right round, round, round. Think of how easy it would be for him to make his little cocoon. He just starts string shotting and starts spinning. It'd be perfect. Really, we're just revolutionizing the way that caterpillars live. You know how a circle appears under characters you've selected in the games? Yeah, he's totally got the selection circle. Either that or that's his area of effect. Just remembered a sentence I started saying maybe 2 hours ago, and now it feels like too late to go back and finish the sentence. Oh no! Needless to say, I was talking about t-shirts. I'm so sorry. I was talking about t-shirts and how I want to get another design up, and one of the designs I want to get up, then I got distracted talking about the tapestry. I want to take the little grid patterns from the tapestry and turn them into a t-shirt, was the end of the sentence, and I don't think I ever actually finished saying that. It's just it's what I want, and that's how I dictate what I make. It's like if I want the shirt to wear on stream and in filming, I'll make the shirt, but then I'll also let you guys have access to the shirt as well. Okay, and this is the other claw. Looks just kind of like a comma or an apostrophe. And that will go here. So he is missing his two little like noodle arm joins, but we will call that Kingler. We have survived the first of Mr. Bones's chaos creations. So let us close off this name poll. Kingler has officially been dubbed Claude Rangoon. And I'll make sure that I include the fact that I'm pronouncing it as Claude, not Cloud. Perfect. Yeah, so Claude won with 59% of the votes. Eugene came in second at 18%. Citizen Snips at 12% and Bolognese at 9%. So thank you to everybody who voted. Right. So let's start the poll right away for the next one. Mr. Bones picked all the options today. You've all been warned. He went a little chaotic with it, and that's okay. So you guys, let me just start the vote, and then I'll throw us to a break. So 1, 3, or 4. I'll put the mini player up on the screen over the break screen so you can see it, but for now you can just see them nice and big. And I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. So, yeah. That's how we're going to do this. Break, and then... Oh, you're up there, but you're so tiny. We gave you a simple instruction. You just have to pick one. Stop trying to tie it. This is so frustrating. What are you doing? If you tie, I'm going to just start another poll. Sorry, I'll change the screen in a second, but we have to watch LeChonk. That's the rules. There we go. Okay, so, like, guys, we have you a very simple job to do. Why are you like this? I'm going to close it off, and regardless of if it's only 1%, we're going with whoever the winner is. Oh no. Maybe I'll give it another second. Y'all don't know what you're doing. You don't know with what you're playing. Okay, well, that's actually so funny. All right, so you guys have managed to squeeze out number 3, who was in the lead for the longest time, and I think I only saw one correct guess as to what number 3 was. And instead we're making number 1, so you don't even get to know what number 3 is until afterwards. Mr. Bones had been prepping for number 3 to win because it looked like it was going to, and so he's got like his reference images and stuff all ready to go. But it looks like number 1 won with 37% of the vote. And then number 3 came second at 36%, and number 4, no one is interested in, and that's fine. So let's erase door number 1. You guys picked it. There we go. It's Cloyster. Reminder that today's theme is catfish, and so nothing is quite what it seems. I have never and never will vote purple, Shakes Fist. Okay, Voss has declared to themselves the arch nemesis of the Purple Menace. But I also have to just reassess my plans because I was like all mentally adjusting to how I was going to do number 3. And now we kind of have to stop and reset and set up for number 1 instead. So I've updated the counter. So this will be our 109th Pokemon. Let's just shrink that on down. We do reveal what all of the answers are at the end of stream, so you will find out what all of them are. It's just you won't find out right now. Yes, it's the redacted Pokemon. We're all just going to be very polite about it. Please, I beg. Everyone just keep it civil. They can't see that. I'm sorry. Night, Ditto. What am I doing? I'm changing the sprite, aren't I? Number 3 was more interesting. Just saying. Plus, as I said, I only saw one correct guess for number 3, so you guys would have been much happier with number 3, but that's okay. We'll do Cloyster. That's fine. Okay, let's move you up on the screen and shrink you on down a little bit. I don't have Shelter out on the desk because I wasn't quite prepared for this outcome. But that's fine. We'll just move Kingler off to one side and we'll move Caterpillar off to one side. We'll make ourselves a little bit of room on the page here. It's no, I mean, yeah. Okay, redacted as a name suggestion. I'm fine with that. This is a clam. This is a clam. We have a Ghastly, right? This is basically just straight up Ghastly. A happy little Ghastly. A unicorn Ghastly. I have no idea how I'm going to do the internal structure of this dang diddly darn thing. It's got 2 layers of shell. Which is easy enough to draw. But I don't think some of these designers would really think about... Like, I actually pity the people who had to do, like, the 3D renders of these Pokemon when they first moved to that technology. Because, like, up until that point, they'd only been thought about in 2 dimensions. And so, like, the first people to have to do 3Ds, like 3D modeling of these ones here, must have had a hard time. Because at least I can, like, lean on their 3D models a little bit when I get stuck on things. Okay, so it looks like the inner shell is just one piece, and then the outer shell is like a literal, what is it, a bivalve clam. And is this thing meant to be round? Mr. Bones, I'm going to need your help on this one. I'm sorry. I know that you weren't really prepared for this one to happen, but... Oh, I have fallen behind in the live stream chat. There it is. Okay, so it does present as, like, round. Like, this is from above. With, like a point. And another big spiky point. And then it's got, like, 3... little layer, and then a little... So that's it from above? Or that's from the side, sorry. Oh, that's the side. So, like, that'd be, like, the sharp pointy ones at the top, and this is, like, a little stability nub at the bottom. I'm doing my best, okay? Language is hard. Okay, from the top, that's actually really helpful. Oh, I'm looking at Lute's reference images. Sorry. There's Mr. Bones is above it. Lute, your images are always very helpful. Thank you very much. That's what I mean about leaning on the 3D models a little bit. This view from the top is invaluable to be able to tell what on earth is going on here. Okay, we're all just not saying it. We're just not going to say it.
I can confirm there are no toe beans.
No toe beans. If yours has toe beans, please seek medical attention. Again, it's like the top spike. You can kind of see the unicorn horn and the little face peeking out. So I suppose that begs the question of, do I make that face as like a long... Oh my god. I'm gonna do my best here today, folks. I'm just bear with me. I could do it as like a big base piece and then layer the pieces over the top of it, or I could do it as like literally just like a little face that we stick in there afterwards. Want to name it Gherkin? Pearl? I think Pearl is a very nice, dignified name. It's like Ghastly found a lapras shell and was like, this is mine. It is. It's exactly like that. And I think it's actually kind of wholesome if you think about it that way. Yeah. I should finish drawing the official portrait though. That's how this works. We do try and give him a little moment in the sun. Everything sounds just dirty as all get out. So glad that we're doing this during the potentially weird part of the stream. Otherwise this would be really difficult. Oh, okay, that's actually quite a protrudy bit. And then they've got the stability nubs down there. Just a lumpy little... I don't think I can even ink this. I think there's just too much going on. Yeah, Jumbled Knots, we're not naming it that. Whichever you think it's best for me to make. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe, the theme. We have one purple that is suitable for this because the other purple is too pink. I think this one's a pretty good purple. This is the wisteria. Yeah. Sometimes I get the one's lilac and one's wisteria. So this is definitely the wisteria one. We need a dark purple, which I'm going to use for... Like, don't get me wrong, arguably the face could be made in black, but I think just looking at... What I try and look at when I'm looking at things like this is not the most shadowed tone, but actually the mid-tone. So they've put a highlight, which is like a very... like almost the same color as the shell, and they've put a shadow, that's almost black, but then you've got that mid-tone in the middle, and that I try to think of as the most accurate color. And then I think that we've got a layer of grey. Right? I feel like the unicorn horn and that inner layer of shell is grey, and then I think the outer shell is purple, and the little face in the middle is dark purple. So yeah, those are our colours. I think it'll work quite nicely for us. So I'm thinking I'm going to start by making... Dang it. My usual go-to slang sounds a little bit vulgar in this context, so I can't refer to it as like a bean or anything like that. So we're going to make the little creature. We're going to make the little creature, and then we'll build shells around the outside of it. Toad, come here and help make this a family-friendly channel again. Look at them. Stare them in the eyes so that they behave themselves while I reset my page over here. Okay, we are making Cloyster. And we're going to start with... Now with Shelder, I think he turned out about this big. So we'll start about that big as well for this one. Okay. The toad has chilled everybody out a little bit, I think. Take the toad away. Yeah, I like those choices. Oops, did not mean to be so aggressive. That's okay. We like aggressive support. Aggressive enthusiasm. You can't type today? Yeah, I'm feeling that. That's kind of just like... Yeah, I feel it. I feel you on that one there. I like the name Pearl. I think Pearl is a very nice name for Cloyster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I also like the name Shelly. You're excited to be able to make Cloyster? Oh, I love that. Ow. Why did I do that? I didn't actually even hurt myself. I just felt the yarn strain a little bit, and apparently I said ow out of empathy. Her name is Judy Chicago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can we name them like a freshwater pearl? We could. Though I feel like cloisters are found in the ocean. Like, I get that I'm splitting hairs pretty significantly here, but I'm pretty sure that like Shelder and Cloyster are both found in salty water. I have no idea why, I thought the name Redacted was the name. I don't understand what the whole second, what's the second Redacted?
I had a lot of people saying they wanted to name it Redacted.
Okay.
There was a bunch of other people who also wanted to name it Redacted. And so I added both of those suggestions, and we also heard Redacted and Redacted, so I've added all 4 of those, but then people started saying that Redacted and Redacted didn't really need to be in there because they were taking up places of other names that we could be using. They weren't like the best. So I asked people, which one would you prefer out of Redacted and Redacted? And they said, we'll get rid of both of Redacted and Redacted. And so I've removed Redacted and Redacted. Now we've only got Redacted and Redacted and Pearl.
How do I at once know more and less about the situation?
Also, there's Eldritch Horrors from Beyond Your Ken on Discord.
Yeah, that's right. I don't tend to look at Discord during stream anymore because of the Eldritch Horrors beyond my ken. That said, I do sneak about looking for reference images sometimes. Right. Hmm. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Great, we summoned a literal eldritch being. Hi, Eldritch. Oh, it's totally a little ghost in the shell. I get it. All right. I think that's as big as the face is going to get. That's 18 around. So we'll do a couple of rows of 18 single crochet to give us a little depth to work with. Where? There's my bobby pin. You're late. Oh well, better late than never, Ashley. Hello. Princess Celestia. That's so funny. It's not a clam, it's an alicorn. When you had a Shelly, you named it because of the tongue, but now it's a Cloyster. It's just because it's sassy as opposed to being. I like the name. I'm trying to work out how to say it. May have gone too big. Cloyster is going to turn out this size. That is too big for Cloyster. That's the size of a baseball. We need to go back. We need to adjust our expectations. You stress crocheted one of my raccoons today. Oh well, good luck with the interview. I'm sure it went well, and I hope the little raccoon helped take the edge off your anxiety a little bit, because we've all been there. Yeah, and you should make sure that you take that raccoon so that it can go in. If hypothetically, if there is a desk involved, you could take your raccoon in and let it sit on your desk when you get the job. Oh, I like Galleon. In fact, I like any of the piratey kind of names. I'm even kind of down to calling it Wench. I don't even know what I'm doing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, we're at 12. I've decided instead of going up to 18, we can go up to 15. Like that. Oh, Poppet. I love Poppet. That's so cute. What did we end up actually naming? Is like, hang on, let me look it up. What did we name Shelder? Because we've definitely already made Shelder. There he is. We name Shelder's name is Cooper. For anybody wondering. So there's that. Oh, the toad? He's this week's pattern. He's, there's been a whole explanation as to why we've ended up with a toad instead of a rain frog, but basically just like, no matter how hard I tried, the rain frog would not turn out as a rain frog. It kept turning back into a toad. So in the end, I just decided to embrace the toad of it all, and we made little Butterball. Butterball the toad. So he's coming this Thursday. Just whenever anybody summons the toad, I bring out the toad. Okay, it's 15 around. A slightly more reasonable size for this to be. I'm glad you love the toad. I'm really worried I'm going to let people down. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I've already had some of those fears, I don't know, I know how to spell the word, I don't know how to say it, but like, put to one side by the current response to Toad in the chat. But Rain Frog was technically the winner of like second place on the Not My Idea polls, and I'm worried people will be disappointed because a rain frog is beloved, and this is just a little toad. Toad summon. Okay, jumbled knots. There you go. I do have a lot of frogs, and that was actually one of the issues I was running into, is that I had a perfectly serviceable little rain frog. Like little butt cheeks, little eyeballs, like perfectly, like looking good. But it was kind of just a knockoff version of the mini I made for the little frog I made during the 12 Days of Crochet a couple of years ago. But it's just like a less good version. So, I don't know. It just didn't feel like it was really adding much value to the conversation, so I'd much rather put out a good toad. No toad shaming. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate. I'm not toad shaming him. He is Butterball. He is fine. It's just like my whole thing is everybody frogs, and it's just like everybody frogs except for this guy. This guy only toads. Well, see, frogs are the aquatic forces. The toad army is the land invasion force. They're the infantry. Maybe the infantry is technically the tadpoles. I don't know. But anyway, like, you know what I mean? Like, they are different types of troop. So my indecision here is now going to cause me problems, but I do think there is an argument to be said to make this as like a base piece. I should draw out some of these pieces. So for this wrap-aroundy bit, I'm having a hard time because the outer shell needs something to like support it and hold it up. So I'm thinking that the face piece needs to be like at least this shape. So like that's the face, just so no one's getting confused here. Then I think we need to make like just like a long ruffle piece in our grey that wraps around like a little cape. And then I think we need to make 2 shell pieces. And those shell pieces have a stability nub at the bottom, which we'd make as a separate piece. A big pointy bit at the top, which again, separate piece. A secondary big point here, separate piece. We potentially add in these 2 little nubs as part of the stitching, like as either a bobble or something like that. I think those 2 like flat pieces there will be sewn on as well. Just making a list of pieces I need off to the side here. I should have done this first, but I'm a little flabbergasted. My flabbers, they're gasted. And then we have like the tail piece, which we do as a separate piece anyway. So yeah, okay. So I think that dictates that we do actually extend this guy backwards. Oh, I've missed a bunch of chat. Panic, where Toad? Okay. Toad needs breaks. Toad gets tired easily. You call it toading when you have to frog and you're angry about it? I love that. Oh, you'll name your toad Bopcorn and give him warts. I love that. I even if you meant to say popcorn there, I think Bopcorn is a cute little name for a frog, for a toad. Okay, so I've done 2 rows there. And we need to like 3 and then cone. So I'll do 1 more row of 15 around, and then we'll narrow it off to a point. Hi.
Hey, beautiful. Just giving you a friendly warning that I think you're megapodding him.
I think I'm going to be okay.
Okay.
But I appreciate it, and sometimes megapods just happen. Welcome back, Autistic Froplio. I hope that the itchiness in your brain has been soothed. Alright, Loot, I'm going to go looking for that, but let it be known I'm scared to dive into the Discord. Oh, okay, hey, look. Yeah, look at that. That's rough. Oh, okay, so it's kind of more like a, instead of a long bit here, I could do it as like a tulip. Like, yeah, okay. All right, maybe we'll do that. Oh, let's somebody keep track of the bobby pin for me. Thank you very much. Excuse me. So that's that, and now you know what? I probably don't need to make the. Oh, you know what? Sorry, I'm looking at this reference image, and it makes so much more sense to make it as a full tube. But it only needs to go back as far as I want the shell to be deepish. So, say this is a to scale shell size. Let's say we do like a couple more rows. Let's just do a couple more rows. We can always frog it if it's not working. What was Kingler named? We named him something very good and smart, and it was funny too. We named him Claude Rangoon, because Claude. Yes, not Cloud. That's a different one. In fact, we could name Krabby Cloud. Cloud and Claude. Crocheting a hamster and just realised you misaligned the snoot by at least 3 stitches. Oh no! Well, maybe it's just a very opinionated hamster. Sometimes rolling with the expression is half the fun. No, Loot, that was actually really helpful, because I'm seeing that that's not just like a draped around piece is actually going to make it a lot easier, because the big struggle with both Shelder and Cloyster is not only keeping it PG, but they need some internal structure to attach things to, and so I could have just made this as a ball and put an outer shell on and called it a day, but it wouldn't be correct, because like so much of the Cloyster is you can see down inside the layers, and so like building up in layers makes sense, but in order to do that you need to actually know what the layers are. And so knowing that a little bivalve is kind of a worm shape is very helpful. Is that a fan in the background, or is it raining? I think that might have been the kettle. It's definitely not raining. It's unseasonably warm at the moment. In fact, it's going to be... They've given us like a severe weather warning on Tuesday for the heat. Yeah, a little bit surprising that it's not just like a second version of the outer shell, but the outer shell has like a lot of ornamentation on it. The good news is for all of you guys is that I'll probably only make like one of the outer shell here on stream, and then I can sorry, the more I look at him the more I like him. He's such a fun little guy. I don't know how I'm going to make Krabby any smaller than him, but he's a fun little dude. Yeah, and I can do the rest off stream if we get, speaking of bone hydration, if we get, what word am I trying to say? You got to say the word before you can have a drink. All I'm trying to express is that I may not make duplicate shells here on stream. That's all. The only downside to naming Krabby as Cloud is that I think Cloud would have been a really good name for Ulterior. The pun has been used now, which is a little sad. Yeah, Kingler looks like such a fun little guy. He looks like he's fun at parties. He looks like he's down to rave. He's happy to snip any loose threads you've got. He's a good little crafting companion. It's like when you think of like the different Pokemon who would be fun little crafting companions, I tend to go straight to like the spider ones could help create like thread for you to work in. Mareep or any of the sheepy ones, you know, they have wool for them to make fiber. There's a couple that like make sense in terms of like spinning and that sort of thing, but it's like I've discounted the crabs. Like the crabs would be good little snipping buddies. Name Altaria motive, I love that. Okay, someone remind me about that when we get there. Because I've made Swablu. I think I might have even named Swablu Cotton or something. Just goes a little cotton puff. That's 4 more rows of that anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because that came up in one of my Either Random Evolve or Catch and Stitch or one of those Pokemon gaming type episodes. One of these days I'm just gonna like whoop roll straight back off the back of my chair. I think that's deep enough. I think that's enough. So I'll stuff this and we'll finish it off. If I decide to do safety eyes, which I'm not sure if I will. I think I did do safety eyes on Shelda, but I don't know if this guy needs them. If I do safety eyes, I'll clip them on through eyepieces, so I don't need to worry about that now. Or I could do eyepieces and then not have to worry about the whites, because I'll just do little embellishments for the eyes. Let's get the stuffing out so I can do this. Hello, that's a pillow. Mm-hmm. Why are you bringing in a pillow? Oh, is that...
I like you. You're pretty.
Mr. Bones heard me say I was just going to like roll back off the back of my chair, and he's come and put a giant pillow on the ground behind me just in case I do. Oh. Honey, you're really cute. Is Mark here? Hi, Mark. Those eyes too close together. They're very large eyes, so I think no matter what I do, they're going to look close together. I feel like they need to be slightly higher. They're huge. They're huge on this little face. Okay, and then little, like the smiling teeth. Go like here. Okay, I think that's a better position for them. I'm going to snap those in because I'm feeling bold, daring. There's one, and there was another little back that I found earlier today, so I might as well use that. Yeah, pillow for OSHA reasons, exactly. Oh, F's in the chat for the crooked hamster. I'm sorry. I'm reading Discord. I've gotten distracted, but unnecessary knowledge. This is not unnecessary knowledge at all. The crabs that Kingler is based on are called Winkelkrabben, which are waving crabs in German. Which I think is delightful. Okay, I'm just gonna like reset my Discord so I stop seeing the new pictures popping in. Thank you everybody for showing respect to the poor crooked hamster. You named your Corbinite maneuver after the classic Star Trek episode, The Corbinite Maneuver. Fun. That's fun. I like this. I like puns. I think that they are a truly highly, like they're an excellent form of wit. I also like me some wordplay. Because when conversing is already a puzzle, there may as well be a punchline. 12, and then we'll decrease down. There we go. So, oh my goodness, labeling these parts is super fun. I'm going to call this the face piece. And then we'll go with inner shell and outer shell. Mr. Bowens is so sweet, he's given us all diabetes. A little bit of that. Also, Mr. Bones was very brave last week and featured quite heavily in last week's video. The coding one. So, mad props to him, because that video was actually his idea as well. I was sitting there for days torturing myself trying to come up with what to do. And I was doing some filet crochet just because I couldn't get it out of my system. And he was like, started talking about codes and whatnot. I was like, that's a really good idea. That's a really interesting idea. So not only did he feature heavily in last week's video, but it also was low-key his brainchild as well. You got so distracted by a chat, you forgot you were supposed to increase in the last row. You just didn't. No! Chicka, chicka, waka, waka, ooh, ooh. There we go. And just close off the back of our little shellfish. Worm. Okay, Toad, you're in a little timeout for a bit. So now we make the little. I could make the horn next, or we could make the little grey cup. Honestly, they could be one and the same piece, because it could just be like we make like one super long pointy bit with a frill around the edge, and then we just like fold it up. I'm possibly overcomplicating this. I'm overcomplicating this. What are we snacking on today? You've got Aldi Branch cheesels. I've been eating. It's a very specific thing. They're from a brand called Table of Plenty. They do these little like flavored rice cake things. I love their cheddar cheese flavor. They taste exactly like cheesels, but they're rice cakes and they are delicious. And I unironically choose them over potato chips right now. They are delicious. 2 a.m. but you want to know if 3 was Zapdos or Lickitung. Confused Paladin, we're probably a while away from that reveal. You may want to just like set yourself a little reminder to come back and check after you've had some sleep. Because like I will reveal them at the end. We're unlikely to make a third. In fact, I'm going to tell you now, we're not making a third one today. But I'm not doing the reveals yet. It's too early. Do we reckon that horn is grey or is it white? It feels like it's a different colour, but it also feels like it's the same colour. We have not already made Lickitung, Darcy. I can confirm that. This would be the only colour I could use for it. Mr. Bones is in here studying the carpet for some reason. Honey? What's going on?
It was here that I bumped it off with the pillow.
Oh no!
There it is.
Oh.
You could flash it really quick on the screen.
No, I'm not going to.
Okay.
He was very prepared for you guys to pick door number 3. He had a little graphic all printed out and everything. And then you pulled a little switcheroo right at the last second and swapped it to door number 1. Yeah, Cloyster was door 1 and Kingler was door 2. Crispy minis cheddar rice cakes. Delicious. Delicious and good. Well, I had to stop eating wheat and that made it hard to find good crackers, but rice cakes always kind of feel like a health food and that's not the point of snacking. It's just not. Those Table of Plenty ones are really good. They do a lot of very strange ones. I don't advocate for all of their flavours. Their pizza flavour is revolting. But their cheddar cheese flavour is good. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, cool. And up another one to 18. Oh, Darcy, it's hard to keep track though. This is our 109th from Gen 1. And I think it's like our 177th. Or something ridiculous overall. It's like, I need to keep track of what we made and what we haven't. You guys, you don't, not really. That's why I'm here. Think it's shiny? You think it's grey? Okay, well, I'll make it in the same grey and we'll just see if we like it. I can always replace it with a white one later. I don't want it to like stand out too much. I don't think that's the point. Lasagna sounds really freaking good right now. Some lasagna with some garlic bread. Mr. Bones, let's make a little note here. Let's do a big bolognese cook up soon so that we can turn it into things. Chat's making me hungry and they're not sharing their food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 18. Okay, that's 18 around. It might not be big enough.
What if?
What if?
Okay, here's an idea.
Okay.
We made lasagna, right?
Okay, yes.
And we had a single layer of pasta in there towards the top, just underneath the cheese, right?
Mm.
There's not too much wheat. And we'll find something else to put in layers as it goes down.
Honestly, I could probably find pulse pasta lasagna sheets. I know it's not the same. We could even just do layers of those noodles. And again, I know that it's not the same. I could even do two. I could make one that's okay for me to eat, and you could have the one with the good pasta. Yeah. I would do that for you.
You could do layers of fried potato.
I wouldn't do layers of fried potato for it. I would do pulse pasta or something in it, just like those bolognese bakes that we did last year. But you can have one with good pasta. I would make that work for you.
Cauliflower.
And you could eat the whole thing yourself without worrying that you weren't saving me food.
Baked into a disc.
No, if I was going to do cauliflower, I'd just do mac and cheese. Sorry, you guys you just got hit with our meal planning for the month. Yeah, lasagna with lentil pasta sheets, exactly. Yeah, like there's lentil pasta. The lentil pasta isn't bad. You just have to have quite a strong flavored sauce with it, so it's perfect for stuff like lasagna and bolognese. It's not so great if you just want like cheesy noodles because it just tastes like beans. Honestly, it's pretty good on the protein level as well. Like, it ain't bad. It's like, yeah. It was a good day that I discovered pulse pasta. 1, 2, 3, 4. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Cool. Not keeping count, but still somehow keeping count. I personally prefer the red lentil one. And I particularly like the fact that it's literally just made with red lentils and nothing else, no other ingredients. As you got to look for all of the sneaky stuff they try and sneak into you these days. You want lasagna now? Yeah, we all do. You tried sharing the extra garlicky hummus with you, but your screen got all goopy. Bottega channel. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, you want to see the magma? Sure. Whoop, there he is. He's from a couple of weeks ago now. He did get all finished though. Here's the firecracker. It gives me a chance to write down what I'm writing here. So in shell. Magic ring 6, 6 increases, 6 single crochet, and then an increase, and then 6 single crochet, and an increase, and another single crochet, and that gets us to 24. Womp womp. Why not try and make an almond flour pasta? Because I'm allergic to nuts. And that's way worse than the wheat allergy. The toad hath been summoned. I try to give him little breaks, because, like, technically he's not a star. Like, his video will be out on Thursday. You'll be able to make your own little toads. Yeah. Till that moment, he's meant to be more of like a spoiler than a permanent fixture on the screen. Speaking of Pokemon you gotta redact things about? Oh, gosh. No one say Magmar's Japanese name in chat, please. I don't know what it is. I don't want to know. Do it on the Discord if you feel the need. It makes meal planning complicated, yeah. That said, I cut it in January last year. So. And I'm now at that, like... I'm not lactose intolerant, but I'm now at that point where I'm doing that lactose intolerant thing of like, a little bit will be fine. It's just I can't incorporate it as like the basis of a meal, so wheat-based pasta is probably a little bit too much. And also sandwiches are still off the menu. That said, once a month we still order pizza. So, because I find that the gluten-free substitutes, because my problem's not gluten, it's wheat. The gluten-free substitutes make me way sicker than wheat does. There's like all kinds of horrible gums and fake stuff in it. It's just like, no, that's revolting. Thanks. I'm sure that they're helpful to the people that they need to help, but I cannot eat them. Making any Pokemon adorable. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. That's alright. There's room for typos here. We're a forgiving bunch. I figured you meant something approximate, like approximating that. I do my best. There's a couple of Pokemon I've really let down in the mix here. Dodrio is one. Gliscor. Failed Gliscor miserably. To the point where I'm just like, I should probably go back and do it again. Raticate. I think I nailed the shapes of him, but the embroidery on the face, I will never... Yeah, I gotta go back and fix that one, I think. In general, I think I do pretty good. It's just like, that's... If I can't make them accurate, I try and make them cute. That's the rules. Then at least it looks intentional. You've made zucchini lasagna before. It was pretty good. Just got to salt the zucchini to try and get as much moisture out as you can. Yeah. As I said, we found red lentil pasta, and so like instead of doing lasagnas last year, we just did like I call them like the bolognese pasta bakes. It's just instead of having neatly defined layers, you just put the same meat and cheese and whatever into a dish with the pasta. It also makes a pretty decent onion bacon mac and cheese. I make a pretty good onion. Like, no, all you can taste is like onion and bacon, and the noodles are just providing a little bit of texture in the mix. You put like, and even with that, with mac and cheese, you do like half noodle, half cauliflower anyway. So like, meh, it's fine. You find ways to adjust. The thing I miss the most is bread, because like some people think they like bread, but I like bread. Bread is my favorite food. The crust is the best bit of the pizza. That's how much I like bread. So this has just been, it's been an adjustment. You've solved the crooked snoot issue, yay! There was a crooked hamster and he had a crooked smile, and he had a crooked leg and he walked a crooked mile? Something like that. Oh no, he's missing an ear! You found a quinoa pasta, that's good. That sounds interesting. I don't mind a little bit of quinoa. That's alright though. We don't really need to talk about this. It's just just something that's been sort of ticking over in the background a little bit. It's Cloyster! It is Cloyster! We're making Cloyster. He doesn't like the red lentil pasta? Yeah, that's fine. It does have a very beany taste. You have to have a very strong flavoured sauce with it, I found. Other than that, though, texturally, it's pretty good. And in terms of the protein content compared to regular pasta, it's way better for you. So, but like that said, you don't have to eat things you don't like. Have I tried cricket flour? I have not tried cricket flour. But if I was looking for cost-effective solutions, I'm not sure cricket flour is very high up on that list, given the lack of availability. Have you tried cricket flour? And if so, where did you get it? You love edamame spaghetti noodles. Oh, okay. He just wants to be like twirled around. Speaking of which, he's perfect for hugging and giving gentle forehead kisses. Mwah. Who would have thought he'd be the most huggable of the Pokemon? Are garbanzo beans same as chickpeas? It tastes normal. Yeah, like I expect that if they're marketing it as flour, it probably tastes like flour. I use oat flour as my main baking substitute. Poor Mr. Bones has gone from a house that was always filled with like homemade cakes and biscuits and breads to a house that never has any of that stuff anymore. Yeah, they're chickpeas. That's what I thought. Hi, Mag! Hope your day is going well. I'm just sitting here doing a million rows of 24 stitches. We're all just having a little bit of a chat. careful of the King Arthur pizza flour gluten-free one. It has wheat even though gluten-free. Yeah, well, the thing that bugs me a lot is that a lot of the products that are listed as like rye bread or rye flour or rye and like all of those other ones that they often have a wheat component, which is like fine. Like I said, I'm very like lactose intolerant about it, and that just like a little bit is fine. It's just you can't let those little bits creep up because there's just a big difference between having a little bit of wheat once a day and having like toast or wheat-based cereal for breakfast and then a sandwich for lunch and then a pasta for dinner. You know, that just it adds up. Okay, we are, I think, one more row and then I start building the frill. Can we see what's under door number 3? You can at the end. Current name list is Redacted, Pearl, Princess Celestia, and Poppet. I think Poppet might be my favourite of those ones there because, like, as a clam, it kind of feels like a fidget toy. You know, like it feels like a clack 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 clack, and I like that. Though I do like Pearl as well. I think it has a great degree of dignity. But spaghetti squash, not really something I've seen in stores over here. That's not to say it's not here, but just I haven't seen it around. Though one thing's been interesting is that, like, sorry, it's like we're talking about a subject that cannot possibly be interesting to most of you. But like one thing that's been interesting to me is working out how often I wasn't actually like hungry for bread is that I was craving butter. Like probably something to do with the fats or the oils or something in the butter, but it's like it felt like a craving for bread, but it turned out it was just if you found something else to stick butter on, you were fine. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows that I've done there of 24 single crochet, which is a great many rows. So your favourite vegetable? Probably cucumber. I eat a lot of cucumber. Cucumber's great. Gotta leave room for a horn at the top there, but I think that we have. So now we just need to give it some wibble wobbles. How many wibble wobbles is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-ish? 6-ish? There's 24 rounds, so that's not too bad. We could do like a little wave stitch. Yeah, let's just see how we go. So with 24 stitches, that means that each one can take up 4 and still have 4. So yeah, it's perfect for a little wave stitch. So we'll go skip 1 and we'll do maybe 6 doubles in 1 and then skip 1 slip stitch. We'll just give that a go. 1, 2, 3. The other option is that I just start loading a bunch of increases in, which I could do as well. I'm just going to see if I like the look of this. I very rarely like the look of this, but it feels like if it's ever going to be appropriate, now is the time. Skip 1, slip stitch. I can get spaghetti squash seeds online. Okay. Cool. Hello, smallest petal. That's right. Hopefully everyone's getting all their chores done. I saw a few of you say that you had chores. Oh, sorry, Froggy, you need to move. I saw a few of you say that you had chores you wanted to get done during today's stream, and you should be aware that, like, today's stream, we're reaching the pointy end of it. It's not, don't get me wrong, it's not going to end suddenly, but, like, if your chores aren't done, this is your sign to go do them. Headphones on, if you want us to keep you company, if you want us to be around to celebrate your victory with you when they're done, you better get your butt in gear. I was probably craving the proteins in the butter. Maybe. I know that Mr. Bones' favourite food is butter. He does, and we're not talking about eating it on a spoon or anything like that. But, like, yeah, butter has a bad rap. And I was a margarine kid growing up. And I've learned the value of good butter. What? Chips dipped in butter and spread butter? Yeah, okay, so this one goes out to not just international friends, but also fellow Australians. Television has told me that apparently buttered noodles is a thing, but I have just never encountered that here. Like, don't get me wrong, cheesy noodles is kind of like the go-to basic here, but maybe I'm just like completely out of the loop. Buttered noodles, like just plain buttered noodles. Was that a thing for you guys? Is that still a thing for you guys? Yeah, do share and do tell, because like it's nice being able to get answers to some of the questions I have about the world. Yeah, we don't have room to grow gourds or squashes or anything like that here. It's good to know that the seeds are available here. But, yeah. Guys, I live in a little apartment. we have a little balcony and we do our best, but, it's not really like veggie garden sized. I've had buttered noodles. They were mostly butter and seasoning, parmesan. We put butter on our noodles so they don't stick together. No, not a thing. Not common in restaurants, but good homemade comfort type of food. Yeah, like, sorry, I want to be clear. I'm not making fun of it, or I'm not mocking it in any way, shape, or form. It's just one of those things where it never even occurred to me it was a thing, and then television has told me that it's a thing, and so I just like to fact check it a little bit. Buttered noodles with a bit of garlic. Buttered pasta with fresh garlic is heavenly. Okay, so like I'm getting an overwhelming, yeah, this is a thing response. Butter and garlic on risotto pasta is definitely a thing, and we will never eat it. Okay, honey. Do we like the whirlies that I did, or are they a little too... Because there are other ways I can achieve a similar look that doesn't look quite like this. Or is this good? Bland food for very picky children. Yeah, yeah. Like, I say that with absolutely no judgment because I am also a picky eater. Honey? What's happening?
Oh, sorry, I was just accidentally carrying some, like, baggage through chat for a minute.
He's carrying some of his childhood baggage. That's fine. Well, we like them? Okay. I'll keep them for now. I suppose I can always change it. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Quacker. It does look like a flower. And that's kind of why I'm like, meh. I will finish using this technique, but when you see the finished one later, after I've like assembled it or whatever, so next week, don't be surprised if I've changed the way these layers look. I've just for some reason these particular stitches always seem really like gaudy, and not like in the good pumpkin way. Sorry, I've just come up with a really interesting way to make a pumpkin. Anyway, half double crochet. Yeah, it might be a little bit less intense. I'll try it on this last one. But like, yeah, the other thing I was just going to do is do like really intense increases and create that hyperbolic type of wibble wobble. Okay, that last one I did is a half double crochet. It's a little bit less out there. I think I like it better just instantly. So that was a real good suggestion. I'll just poke you back in your home. And like, sorry, I keep leaving room at the top because that's where his horn goes. And then he has his big shell over the top. Hyperbolic pseudogeometry. I'm so torn. I don't think there's a correct answer for me right now. I'm going to finish this off as is. Once again, not going to like finish off. Maybe swap. If it's still bothering me after I've made the larger outer shell, I might swap them for either half doubles or just like redesign them later. Just left myself a note about it. But other than that, I'm going to call the inner shell done. He's just a little guy in his little bonnet. Let's make a horn. Hyperbolic pseudo-geometry, my favorite crochet flavor. He's got layers, okay? He's got layers. And also he's an ice type, so he probably needs lots of insulation. Spikies are going to be fun. 5 and 6. 7, 8. Should have used a bobby pin. Instead I'm stuck counting. 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay, how big does this gotta be? At least a little bigger. I'm going to call this the horn. Magic ring 6, and then we've done 2 rows of 6 single crochet so far, and I will take my bobby pin. There it is. You getting political party ads for Australia? Well, we've just had our state election. I know that there's a federal one coming up soon, so that doesn't super surprise me, but just don't let them, just do independent research and don't let yourself be brainwashed by anything that's going on in the ads. That's all. That's as political as this channel is ever going to get. Sorry to disappoint, the conversation will never continue. I have premium so you don't get ads. Yeah, fair. Let it be known, I don't have YouTube Premium, so I watch ads on my YouTube, and I watch a lot of YouTube. That said, at some point my ads have kind of given up, and I get a lot of ads for, like, it's always funny watching them try and pigeonhole me, and I enjoy it a lot. Let's see, what am I getting at the moment? It's been a really long time since I've seen an ad that's stuck with me. Possibly because I'm from, like... In fact, most of you, I assume, would have this experience as well. I just grew up watching free-to-air television, and so, like, we had ads, and so, like, my brain just tunes them out. It's like, I know that I get ads whenever I watch anything, because even if I'm paying for a streaming service, I'm often paying for the lowest possible tier, and that has ads in it normally now. It's like, yeah, the ads are a nice little break, nice little breather. They can be super obnoxious. In fact, YouTube ads are going to get more obnoxious soon. We've all been getting like repeated warnings about the fact that it's early May, YouTube is going to start like overruling our ad slots and putting more in if it thinks that it knows better. I am cautiously optimistic that they're going to do it with some restraint, but we'll see. You know, it's okay, Tani. I knew you weren't trying to start something. You're fine. I just wanted to, like, when I get the chance, I do like to remind people not to believe anything they hear or see on the internet ever. In fact, or in newspapers or on television. Good luck to you all in finding truths. You refuse to pay for services that allow ads, which I did not pay for. You know what? Fair little blue onk. I'm fine with ads in the context of this is how I'm paying for this content. In fact, a lot of the streaming services I use actually aren't paid services. They are what used to be free-to-air television. They've just got online portals for it. So, like, Australians out there, there's stuff like ABC iView, there is 7plus, and there's like a 10 one as well now, I think. And it's just like, they all often have like a lot of stuff to watch on them. It's just you also have to watch ads in between, but it's never bothered me. But yeah, it's a completely different thing to paying, what, $10 to $20 a month for a service and then still being force-fed ads that aren't even like trailers for other shows, but like ads. Like that's an abuse of power, that is. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 more stitches and we can call it 5. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Small amount of ads is good for you in your opinion. It gives you a breather and time to digest. However, I do not trust large companies like YouTube to do it in proper balance. Yeah, that's kind of like, I'm cautiously optimistic because what other choice do I have? Yeah, exactly. They're great for toilet and snack breaks. And one thing that I don't think gets discussed enough is the fact that ads on YouTube feel really disruptive because the content's not designed for having ad breaks in it. Whereas like shows made for television used to be designed to have natural lull points in them for the ad breaks to go. It used to be content and entertainment designed to be consumed around ad breaks and taking these pauses, and often with weeks in between episodes, but I won't push that. It's like the idea that the content used to be like framed around having several breaks in the content for like drinks, snacks, toilet breaks, conversation, all that kind of thing, is actually really relevant to this conversation. It's the reason why ads can feel way more disruptive, I think, in my opinion. This is just my opinion on things. Way more disruptive on platforms like YouTube than they do on, say, like I said, I watch 7+. It's a free-to-air thing here in Australia. It's like the ads, couldn't even tell you how many ads I got during a show, but I know that they serve me multiple ad breaks during those shows. It's because the shows themselves are designed to have natural stopping points in them. Yeah, the stress of running to the toilet and back before the ads run out. Exactly. It was a formative experience for a lot of us. And then just like your sibling calling from the other room, it's on! Oh, I like that description, actually. TV shows are built to fade to black, and YouTube is just mid-sentence bye, so I feel you. Yeah, like, for a while there, I don't know if this is still a thing, but, like, for a while there, it was a thing to, try and end your video mid-sentence, because it's literally, like, this, it produces this result in your brain where you want to find the rest of that sentence, and so you're more likely to watch something else from that channel, because, like, your brain is like, hang on, we need more of that voice, or we need the answer to that question. It leaves you with an open end in your brain. And like, it's a whole psychology thing of like, yeah, if you cut your video off in the middle of a sentence, someone is more likely to watch one of your videos. Like, I don't know how like true that is, but I know that like there is a couple of YouTubers out there who are definitely doing it. No shade to them or anything. I just think it's interesting. It's bizarrely interesting that we work that way. I don't recall ever trying that for myself, but if I did, I apologize. These days I'm just like, I don't have the energy. I don't have the energy to keep up with the nonsense. So siblings stealing the best seat on the couch when you have... Yes, absolutely. It's like, but that was my seat. I grew up in a house with a lot of siblings. How many rows have I done here? I've counted for them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and then I did my 4 single crochet and a decrease to get us down to 5. And honestly, I might do 5 single crochet and then we might just call it for the horn. I think that's enough. Good morning, Coletti Spaghetti. 1, 2. 4. 5. What annoys you with the ads on YouTube is that some content creators put in ad break locations and YouTube disregard those break locations, and there are quite a few ad breaks available. Yeah, well, it used to be, again, so much changes over time, and all of this is just my understanding of it, and I could easily be wrong. It used to be the rhetoric in creator communities was you put as many ad breaks as you can in certain parts of your video, because then YouTube will pick one of them that's most relevant, and the point was that YouTube wouldn't put an ad in every slot. So, like, for a while there, the rhetoric was to put one every 30 seconds, and I can honestly tell you, I never did it. No, absolutely not. But, like, the whole point was that, like, if you put one every 30 seconds for, like, the first however many minutes of your video, chances are you would get one ad break, not however many potential ad breaks you put in there. But YouTube's recently just done a thing where it's now showing us, and by recently I mean like I literally noticed this for the first time like 2 days ago. It's showing us our recommended ad slots, and it's color coding them to tell us if they're likely to put an ad there or not. So you can see which ad slots YouTube designates as in natural points for an ad. And I hate it because like I put my ads very specifically, pattern videos are a great example, because I put ads between body part segments. It's what I do. You probably don't get an ad every time you click between a body part segment. If there's depending on how long a segment is. If it only takes like a minute to make one of the pieces, I skip that segment and you don't get an ad in that section. You know what I mean? But if it takes like 15 minutes to make a piece, I'm going to put an ad flag at the start and end of that section. But YouTube can decide that those ads aren't necessarily, like, that's not a good place for that ad, and I disagree. I do not want you getting interrupted in the middle of a series of instructions, particularly if they're complex instructions. That's more important to me. So anyway, it can be a little frustrating. I don't see a name on it. Let's back to the seats. Yeah. Mum ended up making us all your own beanbags because she was sick of the bickering. Fair enough. You only had 2 siblings, but it was 5 of us in one bathroom. You had to dead sprint to the bathroom in ad breaks or someone else would hog it. Yeah, I feel you on that one there. We were, I grew up with a brother and 2 sisters. And so there was like 4 of us there. And I've got a lot more found family than that now. But that was the seating issues growing up. Was like that's doesn't seem like a lot of people, but it's a lot of people, and particularly when like that's the one bathroom as well. Okay, horn. Excuse me, guys. I'm losing my voice just a little bit. You got an ad while we're talking about ads? Oh, well, again, transparency here. I've got my ad settings for these streams to be set to 1 ad every 24 minutes. That doesn't mean you'll all get an ad dead on the 24-minute mark. It's meant to adjust based on your viewing, but it shouldn't be any more than 1 every 24 minutes. Are we back? Hello? Okay, we're back. Sorry, my voice modulator was a bit funny. I'm pleased with the horn. I think it looks exactly the way it is supposed to. So that's that bit. So now we just have the clam shell, and I'm still thinking this is approximately correct, though it needs to have more of a curve to it to fit. Where's my pencil? There's my pencil. So it technically needs to be a little bit wider than that. I still think this is approximately the right size. Those bits will be add-ons. I want to try and include the 2 smallish bumps that we can see as part of the stitching. So I think we start back here and we work towards the front. I could work this. No, it's definitely 2 distinct shells. I can't get away with working it as a single piece, even with it closed. He looks adorable so far. Thank you. Oh, hiccups now. Great. The whole dang opera's fallen apart. So, okay, I don't need this color anymore. I'm just going to clear a little space because I'm getting a little like visually overwhelmed by what's happening on my desk. You know, that increased feeling of panic and anxiety. Hi, Duchess. Don't need that right now. Cream, I think we're done with as well. So that can be popped to one side. Oh, brilliant. I already have, you guys can't see, but I already have a little bit more breathing room. Toad can come back on the screen again for a little bit. This is the color of the shell, so we need that. And that's our little fool. And Magma and Caterpillar, you might just get retired over there for a second. But we'll make sure that you're on screen. That stand is so excellent. Mr. Bones did a really good job with it. Magma still wants to cuddle up to Caterpillar, and I'm okay with that. Alright, Toad, you can go back off screen again now. Alright. He was just holding the line for us. Shell. Okay, so the frustration for the shell is that it makes so much sense to build it in rows like this way towards the opening, right? But it would look so much better if I did it this way and those lines led towards the front. It's going to be harder to do it that way though, and I am foolish to even try. Okay. All we need is Nat here and we'll have everyone. Well, I'd better keep streaming for another hour then because it's time zones take their toll on people. Okay, I have my purple on my hook. I don't know why I've started with a magic ring, but I'm sure we'll all find out. Maybe I'm starting with a magic ring and we'll like build it backwards and forwards like that. We could do it in a ring form. I don't know. I should just do this the simplest way to accomplish our goals, which would be chain the width we need and build it up as needed. That's it. We should You should just do the thing the easiest way to do the thing. Which is arguably rounded, not chained. It's just in a semicircle type of shape instead. But if I start with a magic ring as our base anyway, I can overlap them at the back and it gives us a foundation to work with. Keep streaming until Nat shows up, only to immediately leave afterwards because you're exhausted. Yeah. I'll admit my stream stamina is not what it used to be, but that's because I've got so much going on behind the scenes of different projects right now. It's that, like, yeah. It's in a very good way. I'm very busy. And it leaves me, like, every Pokemon we make on stream comes with its own amount of work afterwards, which is why sometimes I'm a little bit behind with written patterns and stuff for them. It's like, there is work that comes with each of them. And it's like, for every additional Pokemon I make, that work multiplies. And so even if I did have the stamina to continue on for a third and fourth Pokemon, I don't have the time to do the after work afterwards, if that makes sense. I think that makes sense. So it's just a kindness to myself, where I've been limiting myself to 2 recently. And we'll just see how all that goes. I was also making some simpler ones back in the day, and also I was better at keeping them smaller. I don't know when all of this oversized nonsense started happening, but it's here, and it's brutal. Pokemon with frilly freaking petticoats and legs and 5 fingers on each hand, and just... But then Nintendo, you got some splaining to do, you do. I should be writing this down, but I'm not, because I'm living dangerously. Hi, Soul. Something went wrong there. This should be 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's only 8 though. Oh, I know what happened. Okay. I'm going to turn, and we had 6 to work in, and we should have gone increase, single crochet. Could have done that twice. Using up 4 of our 6 stitches, and then no, we could have done it 3 times, which should have brought us to 9. Sorry guys, we're going to do spacing the increases becomes interesting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 stitches to work into, and we're going to go single, increase, single, curse you knowledge. I've learned too many cool techniques to incorporate. It's causing me to make everything bigger. It is, because like I see something, I'm just like, oh, that'd be so cool if I just did X, Y, or Z. Dang it. That said, I still maintain that this project, as in like the Gen 1 Pokemon project, has been just absolutely invaluable in... It's increased my confidence in my ability to make shapes, but it's also just given me a whole different toolkit for when it comes to like building different things as well. It has meant that I feel like I've kind of neglected my actual like creativity and my design making. As when I draw the distinction between designing crochet, as in like making a certain shape with crochet, and designing the idea. Unfortunately, language is kind of limited in coming up with what's what. So sometimes I refer to the crochet part as drafting the crochet and the design process as the design process. When I'm making Pokemon, I don't design. I'm drafting their shapes. And I'm making decisions, don't get me wrong, but it's a different kind of thing. It's like when I'm making toads, the design is the toad itself, and the crochet pattern is of the design. I don't know if this is making any sense here. I feel like I've neglected that drawing, like idea generation, creating part of myself, and so that's kind of like the next thing I need to like do a boot camp for. It's like this Pokemon has been very, very good for me in developing just shaping and pattern drafting skills. The streams have also given me trauma. Yeah, but it's the kind you can recover from pretty easily. I've lived through worse. Is Toad meant to look like an albino Pac-Man frog? Because he totally does. There's a little bit of Pac-Man frog in him. Honestly, Toad was meant to be a rain frog. Now, I know this looks nothing like a rain frog. Okay, I'm sorry, I've ranted about this a couple of times today, so I apologize for anyone who's still here from earlier. I just tried so hard to make a rain frog, but no matter what I was doing, all roads kept leading me back to something Toad adjacent, so I ended up just steering into the curve and making Butterball the Toad. I'm aware he is lacking any kind of interesting markings, whereas Toads tend to have a lot of interesting markings. But he's a very good blank slate, and he should be pretty easy to customize because his overlay piece is worked in a flat piece back and forth, so it's pretty easy to work out how to put markings on that. It's the difference between composition as opposed to fabrication. It's more about design choices versus structural and build choices. Anyone who works with fabric and sewing might also understand. It's the difference between like knowing what you want the garment to look like versus knowing how to construct the garment. So this is like knowing what I want the character to look like versus knowing how to construct the character. So the bit that I've been training up on these streams is knowing how to construct the different characters. And the bit that I feel like I've fallen behind on a little bit is knowing what I want the characters to look like. Current name list is Redacted, Pearl, Princess Celestia, and Poppet, and I don't think they're going to change much. That's just more of an FYI to y'all. That is what we think those names are going to be. Okay, we are approaching the rightish side for the shell. I think they still need to curve out a little bit, but I think we're in an approximately correct place with it. Increase 3 single crochet, and we do 2 of those, and then we finish with an increase and we turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And now they do have kind of a square shape, so rather than increasing on the sides, I'm going to increase 2 stitches in, and I'm going to keep that fairly consistent if I'm going to keep increasing, because it'll help the sides slope outwards still, but it'll just be smoother, and it'll give it that slightly cornered look, I think. Because like so far we're doing all right. As someone who sews, that 100% makes sense. Excellent, good, pleased to know. Build the idea, build the plan, build the thing. Pokemon do the latter two, but not the first. Yeah, okay, yeah, true. Caitlin, I'm afraid I missed the first part of that, but I'm glad that whatever you were going to give up on, that you didn't give up. Because then you never would have known what you could do, but I'm worried about what exactly it is I'm commenting on without context, so that's okay. It's making versus creating? Yeah, kind of, but it's also kind of complicated because I'm still going to get mad if someone steals my pattern. It's one of those things where like ideas kind of tend to be traded around a little bit. Like someone will put out a frog and then everyone will put out a frog. Or I'll put out a frog and everyone will put out a frog. And that's fine as long as it's their frog, not my frog. If it's their frog trying to look like my frog, I get a little bit itchy sometimes. But like also, I try and be like community first and like these things are going to happen and whatnot. And also sometimes this stuff just literally just happens. Like this is unrelated and there is no beef here, but I just want to say that there has been a couple of times when like I have put out like the best one I can think of is like the sugar glider pattern I put out. Swear, I had no idea Lee was putting out a sugar glider the previous week. Or like Lee would be working on a lamp project and then like my lamp would come out the week after. It's like both of us had been like working on them in secret for weeks, but then why were we inspired by the same thing at the same time? That happens a lot in crafty spaces where like something will go through a trend on something and we'll all become inspired by the same thing at the same time. That's not what we're talking about here. Oh, you're not going to frog 52 rows, Caitlin. No. Is there literally no way you could just like do a little embroidery to stitch it up, or is it like real bad? Because if it's real bad, we've been there. You've got this. The frogging itself will feel kind of fun. And then you'll get to build it properly and it'll feel better when it's done. Oh, that's rough though. Yeah, like with the toad I have to decide what his legs are going to look like, and then I have to decide how to make them. With Cloyster I know what the shell needs to look like and I just have to work out how to make it. Cool. I'm glad that we're all kind of approaching understanding on this subject. It's good. It's good. I think I just did 12 single crochet then, right? 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11, and 12. I did just do a row of 12 single crochet. I was blathering on and I didn't even do any shaping. This is why you stick to potatoes. Yeah, well, I mean, everybody loves potatoes. It's really, really bad. The entire image somehow got flipped. No! Okay, well, this sounds like a hard thing, but the good news is that you can do hard things. I'm trying to be as supportive as I can without being, like, toxically positive. This isn't the best thing that ever happened to anyone. This sucks. This sucks, but it's going to be okay. Sometimes it's just the zeitgeist manifesting through multiple people. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, RM McFrew, 3 AM. That sounds like bedtime. Happy time zone, and thank you for hanging out. Somehow this has all led me to one of my favorite things, which is like sayings that have somehow had their meanings flipped by just forgetting what the second half of them are. Because like it's have you ever heard the expression that imitation is the highest form of flattery? Well, there's actually a second half to that saying that completely changes the meaning of it. It's something like that small minds can manifest, or something like that. It's basically, yeah, it's not saying that imitation is the highest form of flattery. It's saying imitation is the highest form of flattery that you're capable of. It's like blood is thicker than water. That's from blood. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, and so blood is thicker than water says family first, right? But the actual original meaning of that was our chosen family is a closer tie than just the accidents of biology. So it's just always really interesting to me to like think about what some of these sayings meant and how they've sort of become distorted over time. I just think it's always very interesting. The customer is always right in matters of taste. Exactly, Mr. Bones. Smallest petal, it looks pretty, but I can only see it about this big on my screen. But I'm sure others can give you slightly more better feedback than me. I enjoy the colours that I can tell that are there. Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. Exactly. Yeah, the customer is always right, except in matters of taste. Oh, sorry, the customer is always right in matters of taste. So that's what that one is. Jack of all trades, master of none, but always better than a master of one. So you've Darcy, you've got the first two bits, but you missed the last bit, which again flips the meaning. See? It's just interesting stuff. I like them. Having a slightly difficult time shaping the shell, but I don't think we really expected anything else from it. Oh, the last bit, yeah. Jack of all trades, master of none, but it's either still better or always better than a master of one. The idea is that it's better to have approximate knowledge in many things. You'll be more useful. Yeah. You know what's funny is I don't even know if the third bit is part of the original quote. I just always like things that flip things on their head. And so like you might have, your quote might actually be the original. But yeah. Because like at first it sounds like it's like Jack of all trades, master of none, like pff, It's like, nah, always better than the master of one. Sorry. There we are. Thank you. Robin, that's the quote I was looking for that I absolutely, like, ruined. But that's what started all of this. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery that mediocrity can pay to greatness. That is the one I was trying to express earlier, but I was expressing it very bad. Oh, there. But oft time better than the master of one. I'm just splitting my sentences all over the place now. Yeah, epic name... Pones? Pones. Okay, cool. So I think it's flaring a good amount just with those two cornery points. So I'll continue doing that. I don't know if it'll quite reach the full wraparound I need. But this is good. This is good. Great minds think alike, but fools rarely differ. So yeah, I think there's some interesting things when you stop and sort of ponder why we say certain things. Money is the root of all evil is actually the love of money is the root of all evil. Yeah. To me that feels like the genesis point for like money can't buy happiness. I'm just like, but it can certainly keep misery away. The Jack of all trades one is exactly why your hubby and you both proudly wear the label. Excellent. Yeah, it's just like I'd rather be approximately useful across many things than being... That said, I sit here as an ultra specialist in one thing, but I do think that I've got like a smattering of other things that I can do as well. There was sailor levels of swearing and a few cusses uttered in butterfly tones over it. What? Again, sometimes I miss the first parts of... Oh, there we are. I found the first chunk of that story. You once had to retwist over 100 feet of hand-layered rope for a bottle cover because the cordage didn't fit together correctly to function in a bottle cover project. I didn't know. That's so much work, guys. That's so much work. Yeah, I think that's kind of what Mr. Bones was getting at, is that, like, there's the Jack of all trades, master of none, but then there's also Jack of all trades, master of one, which does, I think, fit a lot more scenarios, but I think it's a play on the original expression, or the original quote. It's just like, try your little jacket on, friend. Okay. This is good. This is working. This is working. We are making progress. I think we need at least 2 more rows like that. Okay. Crochet and turn. You can sew, embroider, cross-stitch, resin, sculpt, and many other crafty things. I'm not a pro at any of them, but I'm good at all of them. Yeah, and like, how much joy does it bring you to be like, oh, I wonder if I can make that, and just have all of those different tools to draw upon in your arsenal. It's like, I have foundational skills in a lot of things. Some of which I can't talk about right now because technically it's spoilers. It's hard to explain. But, like, crochet seems to be the one that I express myself... Crochet is the one I do here on YouTube. Let's put it that way. But, like, I like anything where I take a lot of little pieces and build them up together. So, like, I like jigsaw puzzles, Lego, I like sculpting, I like all that stuff. Paper mache, I just love taking lots of tiny little bits. Recently, I've been craving more... They've been, like, branded as Zentangles, but I always knew them as doodles. More doodling time. Because I used to do, like, these super intense, big doodles. There's just no way to... Just like, I mean, like, little drawings with the tiny little dots and dashes and stuff. I'm not being weird about it. That's what I call them. So I guess I understand why they've rebranded as something else. But, like, I've been craving more of that in my life, but I don't have time to do it. And it's not really something that lends itself to the kind of content I put out into the world. And so it's like, sometimes certain things just end up falling by the wayside a little bit. I always wanted to learn more about coding, because I've learned several coding languages at this point, but none of them have stuck because I haven't used any of them a lot. I'd love to write a book one day. I'd love just I'm a storyteller at heart. That doesn't mean I have stories in me ready to go. It just means that I love communicating stories, and I do that in whatever medium I have at my disposal at the time, and currently it's through the form of crochet, and that's a good thing. Cross stitch is great. I love cross-pollinating my crafts. Like, cross stitch and crochet go so well together, and so does embroidery. I'd love to learn more about more intense embroidery skills. I have an approximate knowledge of sewing. I've made clothing that I still wear. It's not good enough to wear on camera. It's not good enough to wear out of the house. I wear it when I'm at my home, and I wear it when I'm visiting my parents. Because, like, it's fine. The clothing I make is fine. It's just I lack the attention to detail that properly finished garments require. Stuff like that. It's like I like to draw. I like to do all of those crafty, interesting things. But I also love to be handed just this beautiful raw data in a spreadsheet form, and I love to rip that stuff apart and sort it and organize it and clean it to within an inch of its life. It's like I live for that stuff. But I don't do that anymore. I used to do that for a living. I don't do that anymore. I do this now. And this is fine. You also started posting art on your channel? Oh, I love that. Your boyfriend recently took up cross stitch and it's caused you to return to it. That's amazing. My sister who lives upstairs does paint by numbers. Fantastic. It's just like you gotta be expressing yourself. Multi-medium crafting, yeah. It's like the next time I do a big project, I'm going to try, like this is sort of locking me in on a path, but like ideally the next big project I do, I want to try incorporating more multimedia into it, because crochet is a safe zone for me. I already know that I can take crochet and make pretty much whatever shape I want to make with it, right? Which makes it hard for me to not just like default to it. But I think that crochet is extremely powerful as a tool, because if I can make a base piece, whatever shape I need it to be, then it provides a really good foundation for a bunch of other things. Just like a whole lot of other things to be built upon it. Like that tapestry is a very basic example where I crocheted that giant rectangle and now I'm cross stitching all those little squares onto it. It's like that's kind of the very basic of what I mean about this. It's yeah, I definitely want to like try and challenge myself more. I just want to push myself creatively a little bit more. How has my diamond painting been going? I haven't done any since I did that first one. I really liked it. I don't have any others. It's a potential stream activity. Not gonna lie. I have a hard time with it because it's not something I would ever hang on my wall. And so that means that it's a hard thing for me to like finish and then know what to do with, because it's not like with a jigsaw puzzle, you do it and you can pack it up and put it away, or you can like donate it to a library or something, someone else can do it. So like a diamond puzzle is kind of just like a jigsaw puzzle that you play for keeps with. But then you're left with this very sparkly image, which is not really my vibe when it comes to home decor. Okay, I gotta stop increasing. This is bad. In fact, I'm gonna undo that last row that I did. Hold on. But that said, I enjoyed the act of the creating it, and so it's a weird one where I'm like, I'm not really sure where to go from there with it. 17, 89, 33, 1 through 2. Yeah. So like I very much enjoyed diamond painting. Not really sure what to do with the product of diamond painting. Until I resolve that, I'm unlikely to probably do any more of it. Cross stitch still being a good example, as you can adapt the pixel grid for many other things. Yes, see, a big fan of cross stitch. I also grew up doing like long stitch. What's the little setup behind me? We're talking about, hang on, this? That's from last week's code video. I haven't filmed the toad yet. Oh, hang on, toad's still on screen. Bye-bye, toad. I haven't filmed the toad yet. I was meant to do it yesterday, but he was still trying really hard to be a rain frog. You've been making tiny books with actual pages and dust jackets of all the books you read on. I love that. It's been a fun new craft to take a break from crochet and diamond painting. That is so cool. I've seen those like little bookshelves that you get, and the idea is that you fill the shelves with them. So many hobbies that you love, but you don't want the product of, so never want to do it, like embroidery or miniatures. Yeah, that's kind of the hard part of it, because like obviously I've somehow niched all the way down into crochet, right? But that doesn't mean this room isn't literally busting at the seams with crochet. I need to go through the shelves at the back again because they've just become like this unintelligible pile, but I don't want to because I know how much is there. And then I've got like the bags up in the wardrobe, and I've got like this second set of shelves in front of the wardrobe that's also just full of stuff, and I've got the Pokemon bag behind me, which is like I'm glad it's not any bigger, because if it was any bigger I don't think I'd be able to lift it. Oh, bye smallest petal, thank you for hanging out. I should have been paying slightly better attention to the shape this was forming. Alright, I think we're still at the half, but it gapes a little bit at the sides. But I don't want it to overlap that much. I have messed this up. I should have been doing decreases over the last 2 rows on either end to help it curve. I don't want to go back too many rows, but I am going back. I'm going back and we're going to fix it. Sorry guys. It's just like, that's what happens when I get to prattling. We lose track of what's going on. Sorry, I'm going to write the rows out first though, so I get them right. So that's that one. And then we'll go... Would that still grow? No, would not. That would still grow though. You gift a lot of your makes? Mine's a little more excessive than that. I would literally be spamming the people in my life with stuff. And it's hard because like a lot of my patterns aren't for things that are useful. They're really just, they're kind of, yeah, they're decorations. They can be played with to a certain extent, but safety eyes do constitute a choking hazard as far as I'm concerned. And so it's just one of those things where I'm not super comfortable gifting them to people with small children who would want to play with them, and I could not live with any kind of bad outcome that would come from that. Even if the parents are comfortable taking that risk, I'm not comfortable taking that risk. Your current project you currently have going is a felted dragon big enough to sit across your shoulders. The main body is done, currently felting each individual scale. See, I've got needle felting stuff. I've had needle felting stuff for like 3 years now. It's just I've never quite... The needles look really pointy, and I am very accident prone. Like even right now, you can see here, I've got like a little scratch on my finger. That is from like... That's from nothing. That's from doing paperwork yesterday, and it bled. So like, I'm just accident prone enough that I am very intimidated by the needle felting needles. I might borrow Mr. Bones's wood carving glove for it. The DM keeps saying the apocalypse is coming and what everyone's skills are. You're on blanket making duty. Yeah, I get that. Sorry, you've sent me down on a thought path here. Just like, I'm not sure if crochet is what I have to offer in an apocalypse. It would be up to a certain point. But, yeah, I don't know. I've just sort of, it's been a while since I've had that thought. Must not be stabbing nearly as hard as I have. What happened? You've done needle felting once. You went straight through your finger. No! See, that's why. That's why we're not needle felting. Because like I'm in this nifty little deadlock with it of just like, oh, I've never tried that before. That makes it a good video. I try needle felting for the first time. But then I look at the size of the weapon that they're asking me to use, and I'm just like, yeah, that's not something you try for the first time on camera. Nope. And so I'm, like I said, I'm just neatly deadlocked with it because like, oh, I should wait until I'm filming to try that, to I'm not trying that when I'm filming. And around and around and around and around and around we go. Okay, I'm remembering to curve the shell this time. There we are. So I've already made up 2 of the 3 rows that we frogged. You'll barely noticed. Didn't even notice we were gone. Let's line those up across the front. And we're still getting a little bit of gape, but it's not as bad. Nowhere near as bad. Just giving us a little shape to it. It's just like, you're going to make me pin you, aren't you? Okay, fine. Stay. We are closer to the front than I thought we were, though. And this one here. Oh, that's the edge. In fact, I think it's just the right amount of gape. I don't think we want to grow it any further than that. I think that's pretty good. So let's look back at these side images. I think the purple does come out further than the grey. Next crafternoon, you're going to make you try one of those additional crafts. Which one, Anxiety Bakes? Which one are you going to make me try? Because, like, it's going to change the equipment I bring. Also, I spotted you. Trixie. Thought you could sneak in and out without me noticing. Anxiety Bakes lives upstairs, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 24. Alright, cool. Yeah, like I was just thinking in an apocalypse that crochet is a very slow way to make anything big. It has potential applications for certain things. I can churn out a beanie in a couple hours, but probably even less. But yeah. If you want a blanket, you're better off getting a knitter or even a quilter. Like, I can hand sew faster than I can crochet and get a faster, bigger result. Can you needle felt in acrylic? You recall that I'm allergic to sheep. Yeah, I think that I'm relatively sure that you can just like brush out acrylic yarn and use that for it. That said, I do have some tufts of the various yarns that came in the starter kit that I got. When I complain about upstairs neighbours, I mean Anxiety Bakes. Well, to be fair, it's a big building. Anxiety Bakes is up a couple of floors and in a different spot in the building. That's fine. But yeah, when do I complain about upstairs neighbours? I mentioned that there's a dog upstairs. But I think it's funny to hear it go scrabble, scrabble, scrabble. You can needle felt with acrylic. It doesn't do as well, but it does work. Okay, interesting. I feel like y'all are in cahoots against me right now. So that wasn't 24 single crochet after all, that was decrease. Oh, Anxiety Bakes, while you're here, this is the frog that I was working on. It turned into a toad. That's why I was so cranky last night. It just refused to be a frog and became a toad. If you keep talking like that, I'm going to take my key back. Thinking one of my Pokemon play and crochet, they were hammer. Oh, right, yeah, that's fair. Oh, none of it was said with malice, I assure you. It's one of those just things about, like, apartment living. You get used to a lot of it. I cannot wait to not live in an apartment anymore. That'd be lovely. That's my dream. My dream is somewhere with a tree. He's very cute, and that's kind of the problem, Loot, is that, like, well, I could easily just, like, banish this design and create the rain frog he was trying to be. He kept turning into this because look at the face. How could I not? How could I not share this face with you guys? But it's just very clearly not a rain frog. Besides, I already have all the calluses I need for crochet. I don't want to develop new ones. Sorry. Just trying to keep track of what this shell is doing. I might have to start adding some swoopy doops or something to it. It's not quite tall enough yet, or long enough yet. Of course, those make noise when I turn the camera on. Yeah, look, sometimes it's worse than others. Like, I'll admit, like, don't get me wrong, I love the fact that there's a dog upstairs. I find the scrabbly things really cute. But, like, sometimes you're just having a really bad day. Like, 2 Crochetmases ago, I was in a pinch. A bunch of my footage had turned out really, really badly. And I needed to refilm, like, 3 of them. And I had to get it done that day because I was already running super behind. And one of them was needed for the next day's video. So I was trying to film... And that poor puppy upstairs just was like going through some separation anxiety or something. He was working his way through something. The dog barked for 8 hours straight and I was in tears by the end of it. Not just from like the repetitive noise, but just like I couldn't get it done. In fact, you may even still hear barking in some of those videos. That was just a very rough day. I'm not going to frog the toad. I'm not. Everything frogged. Everybody frogs except for him. He only toads. Okay. Try this on again. Okay, I think some wibble wobbles and we're good. But what do the wibble wobbles look like? Let's see. We have... What, 1, 2, 5. Oh, they're quite specific wibble wobbles on this thing. I should have been paying more attention to that. We have like 1 on either side. I don't feel like I can't get a good look at you. You're really annoying. You're holding still, but I'm just not getting a good look. It's kind of like that. I forgot to put the bumps in. It's fine. I'll get them later. There'll be pieces we sew on. You're burning yourself on hot glue guns is just part of the crafting process. I don't think that's something you ever, like, unlearn. Okay. We are here. We are at the final... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20? 20. Good. And we're going to do our wobbles. Yes. Night, Fiara. Thanks for hanging out. A very rough day. Yes, thank you. Would not have found that funny 2 years ago when it was happening, but I'm fine now. And what's funny is that I even felt bad. Like, I just ended up feeling really bad for the dog, honestly. But, like, the dog is perfectly happy and hasn't made a peep in 2 years. It's definitely still up there. And it's just like, it was also having a bad day. It's like, sometimes just a little mutual compassion is needed between folks. So it doesn't mean that I was the one to provide it on that day. Okay, so I apparently just, Did I chain 2? What on earth am I doing here? That was just seamless. We just went in and we did the thing. Chain 2 and turn. And we doubled it. And that looks like a half double to me, so we'll call that a half double. And then we'll single crochet. And we'll half double. And we'll double. And we'll half double. Nope, that's not enough of a thing. How's that? Okay, that's a kind of a nice little wibble wobble actually. So let's see, that's half double, and then we went to a single and we half doubled. Then I did 3 DC in 1, and then we half doubled. And we're going to do a bunch of single crochet across till we get to the other side, where we will go double, half double, single, half, double, 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 half. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 single crochet across. At which point we will half double crochet, 3 DC in 1, half double, single, half double, double, and then we're done. You work at a vet and sometimes the barking overnight gets to us. It's things we have to say to the dogs that won't be quiet. Yeah, it's just like the specific hitting of the same tone over and over again. I don't think you have to be neurospicy or whatever for that to bother you. It's just the same tone over and over and over and over again, particularly when it's stopping you from doing something you're already stressed about. It adds up. It adds up. You have an arsenal of potentially injurious crafting implements. Why are crafting implements also pointy though? Got hurt whilst crocheting is always wonderful. Well, see, I used to get a lot more blisters, but now my hands are like entirely callous, right? These are leather mitts. Everybody I meet has really soft hands compared to me because obviously I prefer to work in a really coarse yarn, and that toughens your skin up. It does. My skin is very leathery these days, and it means that like a lot of pin and needle pricks that bother some people don't bother me as much. But it also means if I'm going to get injuries, they're going to be on the tops of my fingers and hands where they don't make contact with the yarn. And as leathered as they are, they're not leathered enough to deal with needle felting. Eight. Half double, 3 doubles. You're always terrified that you are the annoying neighbour with the barking dogs, and I'll be moving soon, so I'm terrified that will disrupt new neighbours. No, I mean, look, no. Everyone gets a grace period. And it's like, a little bit of barking is fun, particularly if you can tell the dogs are playing. It's a different vibe, like, entirely. It's just like when it's that like little heartbreaking bark, and it's over and over and over and over and over again. It's just like, no, please do something about that, please. I can't take it anymore. Like I said, I find it genuinely delightful when I hear them playing upstairs, because all it sounds like from down here is like scrabble, 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 like nails on wood, and then like I hear like a thump or a squeak, and then like sometimes there's a woof, and then there's like some more scrabbling, and I hear like the person running, and I hear thump, 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 thump as they're running, and then the nails go scrabble, 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 scrabble. It's delightful. And we finish that off. So that is 1/2 of the shell minus its ornamentations. I did mean to build those bumps in, but I got distracted the shaping. So let's just pin this in place and see how we're doing. Because we're also probably going to call this pretty soon. Oh, your horn's slipping out there, friend. And this one lines up along the bottom. It maybe gapes a little bit much. If I encourage those 2 corners, it's not so bad. How are we doing? We're missing like big spike, middle spike, little spike. Couple of knobs. We're missing the little tail fin at the back. We're missing a second half to the shell, but honestly I think we're doing okay. I think we are in the realm of possibility here. Yeah, let's do the name vote, just in case I decide to just call it and drop off the air. So let's see, our names are redacted. I'm surprised no one went for like chowder or something, but okay. Pearl and Princess Celestia. Stop that. Each. And Poppet. which is just little and cute. Name the clam. Definitely needs details. Yeah, it does. It needs a lot of ornamentation. I think its spikes will really bring it together really nicely. It's going to get 2 little rectangle panels, a couple of little bumps. It's going to have its little tail fin that'll just go over the back here, hiding any rough edges. But I do think we've got the bare bones of it happening really nicely. Okay, I hope you all know that with the name Redacted getting chosen, I'm going to just call it Redacted. To me, that's its name. I don't know what Redacted is. Like, I don't know if Redacted actually meant a different name. In the meantime, don't say it in chat. If it did, Mr. Bones can let me know later. But, like, I'm going with Redacted as the actual literal name. Robin, if you're worried about it, there's that thing you can do depending on like kind of the area you're in, where when you move in, you can just do like a letter drop to your neighbors and just be like, "Hi, we've just moved in. You may have noticed that I've got a very good boy / girl, whatever. Their name is Warp." It's just like if they're like, you know, they're settling into a new place, and so they might get a little excited and they might bark a little bit, but they should settle down. If they bother you, here's my contact number. So you can avoid some problems potentially just by getting ahead of it if you think it's going to be an issue. But otherwise, I would just like leave it. Most people, I think, get it that dogs bark. That said, like if they bark a lot, I can also see where the frustration might come from. How did you do that, Mr. Bones? You're always doing very weird things with the text. Okay, cool. That's what I thought it was, Confused Paladin. It's just I was a very confused CK for a minute there. Alright, well, while that vote closes up, let's bring up the screen and do the reveals, because everybody always likes to know what the other options were. And given that number 3 was very nearly chosen, I thought you might all like to know what number 3 was. And for anyone who missed it, because I know we've got some new people cycling through, Mr. Bones picked today's options, and the theme was both catfish and just basically chaos. So a lot of you guessed it, but the colors of the doors were from the shiny Pokemon. So we had a primary color and a secondary color. So this one here, the one that very, very, like it was like there was 1% in it and it went back and forth. We were nearly making Lickitung. And the 4th one here, we nearly had to make Starmie. And I'm really glad you didn't pick that one. You have one job and I decided to be very good at it. Thank you for noticing. Excellent. Well, awesome. Okay, I think we have our answer there. Yeah, the others are all a little bit further behind. So Cloyster's name is officially redacted and we've done our reveals. So that's probably where we'll call it for today. So that Pokédex count is now up to 109 out of 151. I know that you guys are still waiting on Patreon for Hitmonchan and Machoke. Now that I finished making them, I finished them at like 11 o'clock last night. I finished making them. Their patterns will be up this week. Hopefully Kinglers and Cloysters are as well. Just get that closed off. And on Thursday, we will be making Butterball the Toad, who is a very happy toad. He's very friendly. He's galumphing. And I hope you love him. I hope you love him. So that video will be coming out on Thursday. So yeah, other than that, I have a happy time zone, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. And don't forget to like the stream and all that sort of thing. And I'm going to just casually look for the button while I keep talking. And hey, there it is. Okay, bye everybody. Wait, you want to know what Mr. Bones printed to show you? Do I still have it here? I thought it was there, but it's blown away again, I think. He printed off, it was just a little picture, kind of like There's a little picture like this, but it was of the two licky tongues to show like shiny licky tongue and regular licky tongue, but I don't know where it's gone. Oh, Mr. Bones took it away.
It's stuck there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's what he printed, just to be like, see, this is why he went with those colours. So that's why. Sorry. I believe in closure. Somebody asked a good question. All right, I'm leaving again for realsies.